Hello, hello, hello. Much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody that is going to come in at this moment in time on the live stream. So we got a quite a few videos. I think maybe about 11, 12, maybe even 13 videos, depending on how the other videos may work out. But the first incident that we are going to see is the one that you see at the title of the video that you click on. You see the first image. It is of this. You have a podcast that was going on. You have two black hosts, and you have some random Caucasian man. And for whatever reason, yo, what is up, Outlaw? What is up? What is up? You got some random Caucasian dude directly there. What is up, Ty? What is up? And he decides that he wants to get high and mighty about being able to refer to a black woman out of her name. So let's see how this works out. What is up, Pink? What is up? What is up? What is up? So let's get into it. You said, did you get the game? I'm not even sure which game you talking about, but hold on, I got you.
Somebody specifically saying you can't call a black woman a and I'm like, you got me up. You think that just because a woman is black, I can't call her a Are you smoking crack? I'll call whoever the I want to a
And I feel like you're getting a little hyper and you need to just calm down a little bit because you're shaking. And this is what I'm saying. You know what you said was up.
No, I don't. I don't like being checked, bro. Like you got, like, I don't know what you think you're on right now, bro.
Stop yelling, because I'm talking to you in a respectful manner. You're actually
Your
shaking.
words are not respectful.
You're actually shaking.
No, actually, his words.
You're trying to check me.
I'm not checking you. Hold on, time out, because now you're getting a little aggressive and you're sitting up. But you see how I am, right? You see how I am, and you just said something to my man about the same thing. And I'm telling you here right now, I'm talking to you like a man. But one thing I know for sure, let me tell you, you're shaking in your boots right now.
Yeah, because I don't want to catch a body right now, dog.
That's real offensive.
The words
bro.
he's using, man, is
Hold on,
crazy.
time out, you want to catch a body with who?
I'm not willing to fight.
Hold on, time out. You said hold on, time out. Because now you're going in a different direction.
I'm leaving. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you might as well leave. Because you're talking about catching a body. Yeah, it might be time.
Yeah, you talking crazy.
This is going left, bro.
Nah, you're shaking. You're actually scared right now.
No, it's not.
No, you're scared of the. No, you scared of the right now. You scared of and then you say you're not willing to fight, but you just posted something about fighting somebody. But we can go outside and fight if that's what you wanted to do.
Bars.
That's what I do.
You just you approached somebody else about fighting on your page, right? You ran up on at their crib, right? And you ran up on another person. You said, I'll put the gun in the car and I'll beat you up.
Yep.
Put your gun in your car and beat me up. Exactly. Exactly. And I like that about you. I like that about you. I like that about you. You run.
I run.
Yeah, you run. Because you know who to pull that with.
Don't keep running away.
You know who you can pull that shit on. But not one time when you ever in your life tell me come outside. My safety, you didn't do anything. You're mad. You're mad.
This is what I be talking about. And I specifically wanted to point this video out because, you know, on social media, you'll have a lot of women out there that like to say that black men don't protect the image, or they don't speak out, or they don't try to correct a lot of the men out here that want to call them out their names. You literally got two brothers right here. And you got this one random, I don't know what this dude is. It looked like he used to work at Staples. He got the whole like tie and everything on and just the normal ass hair. That was it. And for whatever reason, because he feels like he is from the hood or of the culture or whatever it is, he decides that he wants to refer to and call a black woman or black women directly out of their names. And the black dude simply told him, he was like, yo, you disrespectful. It's like, what you saying right now is crazy. And then the white dude was like, nah, it ain't crazy. Like, I'm going to do whatever it is that I want to do. If I want to call somebody out their name, I'm going to do just that. Like, ain't nobody going to sit up there and check me and yada, yada, yada. But I want people to know that the only reason that he feels brave saying those types of things is because nobody previously before this, nobody in a sense matched his energy. right? Nobody was innocent for all intents and purposes with the it's. I got to paraphrase these words, right? So now he met his match, right? So let me just zoom back out, right? So now he met his match directly to the left side of the screen in the blue shirt, right? And the dude previously told him he did his study and his work. He was like, "Yo, I saw you on social media telling somebody else that you'll sit up there and fight him. You'll put the gun directly in the car and y'all can sit up there and scrap." And he confirmed it. He was like, "Yeah, I said that." He was like, "Okay, cool. So you said that. So I'm telling you right now, we can go outside and scrap. Leave your gun directly in the car. We can go outside and scrap." He was like, "Well, if you think that's what I do," he was like, we ain't gonna be sitting up there fighting. It ain't go." Like I said, he all on that Columbine type of like mentality. He ain't about actually fighting over what it is that he stands on. The only time that he's gonna fight is if he got a weapon in his hand. That's it. That's the only reason that he's even in that room. That's the only reason that he's even having this argument right now is because he has a firearm. That's it. If it was just him solo by himself without no ammunition, he ain't speaking the exact same way. And he in that room with two black men talking about, yeah, the only reason I'm not shaking. This is anger. No, you were scared. You were scared. You were in fight or flight, and you chose flight. Like you said before, you ain't about no fighting. And this is why I consistently try to tell people before, you gotta start checking a lot of these people that want to come directly into the culture, because this type of stuff is crazy to me. You gonna sit up there and tell another black man like I ain't trying to catch a body? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Like, yo, those some crazy threats. Like, if you're gonna say something that crazy, then speak directly to the person that is directly speaking to you. And it's crazy to me how the dude want to say that the black guy's being disrespectful. Being disrespectful how? It's all men talking. He's directly speaking to you. He's not being indirect. He's not talking in circles. He's not beating around the bush. He's looking you directly in your eye as a man speaking to you. And you can't even sit up there and do that. You like, man, I ain't trying to catch a body. It's like, yo, I'm leaving for your safety. No, you left for yours. Because even without the other co-host that is there, who is obviously a larger statured guy, I would put $1,000 directly on the black man in the blue shirt to wipe the floor with that white boy. Real quick. That boy will be done within probably less than 5 hits. He will be on the floor. And technically looking at him standing up, he should actually have height advantage. But like I said before, guys like him don't know how to fight. And they not about fighting because they not about losing. They are not about that life at all. Like I said, straight cornball. 100% straight cornball. Ridiculous. We got a shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to Brandon V. World, aka Officer Haku, aka Outlaw, said, I guess he thought because he shot that Shaggy's Are Us, because he shot at Shaggy Are Us, he thought he was going to get a pass for that comment. When the boy said he didn't want to catch a body, are you around my car off the road? Boy, catch a body out there around my car off the road. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, like I said, that dude is talking crazy. That is straight mad. But like I said, that's what happens when you have these random people that want to take on or be quote unquote a part of the culture. They're gonna come out here and just be disrespectful. There was a large white dude in Texas that was also talking real crazy too. He was like, yo, man, we can sit up there and like run fades, all this other type of stuff, yada yada yada. I can sit up there and say the N-word, nah, all this other. I'm like, dog, like this is why I try to sit up there and tell a whole like black people from around these ways around the United States. I'm like, yo, stop allowing a lot of these people out here to think that it is okay to do this stuff. Because I'm like, y'all setting these who had to paraphrase, y'all setting them up for failure. Because I'm pretty sure that they know, like that one white boy from Texas, I think his name is Ginger Lee, aka Ginger Lee, right? I'm pretty sure he knows that if he goes to other areas around the country and he's trying to sit up there and say those words, yeah, that's not going to be flying. That is not going to sit up there and be flying. You might be able to do that in Texas because you holding down with a gun. You might be able to do that. Other places around the United States, other people got guns too. and you sit up there and say that around them, it is probably going to be on site. Like I said, these white boys out here getting out of hand. I don't know who is friends with these white boys out here. I don't know who is in allegiance or in alignment. Y'all better get y'all friends in order real quick. That's all I'm saying. Like that's crazy. You ain't never heard black dudes try to come into somebody else's like culture or whatever it is, deciding that they just going to openly disrespect the people or the women there. It's like, yeah, I'm in here. I'm going to say whatever it is. I'm just going to be as massively. Nah, we try to be as respectful as possible. We come, it could be a sunny day outside, the cleanest streets and sidewalks. We're still going to sit up there and wipe off our feet at the front door. Even though there's nothing there, we're still going to be wiping off our feet at the front door out of respect. But like I said before, when it deals or details with other people directly out here who are outside of the culture coming directly in, this is how they look. This is how they deem, and this is how they talk to black people. Like I said, that white boy was talking as if he was an owner, as if he was a slave master. He was like, I'm going to say whatever it is that I want to do. You ain't going to sit up there and check me. I don't like being checked. What is we doing? I ain't trying to catch a body. I don't fight. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's 100% crazy. Brandon V World said, sorry, speak to text. No, I got you. It's all good. It's all good. Much love and appreciation for the $10 dono to the channel. Like I said, man, shout out to these brothers out here that stood directly on it, and they showed exactly what it was. That guy was not about that life. He's about running his mouth, and that's it. Without a weapon directly in his hand, he ain't about to be moving nothing. He ain't gonna do nothing. The wind can pretty much end, and I don't weigh that much, but I can sit up there and tell you, even at his height and stature and the little bit of weight that he got, the wind can sit up there and knock him down. So why he got his mouth blowing like a helium balloon, I have no clue. But this is where we are, right? So next, let's go to another topic that was trending for like the last 2 days on Twitter. I did actually have a live stream set up to talk about the things going on Twitter about it, being out of order for about 3 or several different times throughout the day. But this was one of the main things that popped directly up, right? And this has to do with a social media comedian by the name of Druski.
Yeah, I've been in attendance. Not hey, what you spoken for? I ain't saying that. It's been in attendance. It's regular question. I said I've been in attendance. I have been in attendance.
We never been. We just asked him.
Yeah. As soon as you asked, he said,
"You had fun."
I ain't seen that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I had fun. Yeah, I mean, it was a party. I wasn't at one of them parties.
Where's
shut up off of
been in attendance at a puff party. You know that I've been in attendance. Yeah, I went, but I ain't. Yeah, I don't know which party. The party I went to, it was girls turning up. You know what I'm saying? The regular. You know what I mean? Other celebrities.
Right. So that was Druski talking about being in attendance at a Diddy party, as everybody is, commonly known, and found out about those parties and the various things that transpires throughout those parties, right? It's mad work out there. Mad work. And one of the things that, because I had another video I was actually trying to post up there, but I can't find it right now. One of the main things that he was trying to convey and why this is getting brought up, let me swap directly to OBS. See if I still got it up here. Nope, that's about Twitter. It was about this here. You may be able to slightly see it. Let me swap the screens right there. All right. So you might not be able to really see it, but I'm going to read it directly off to you. I got to zoom this. I got to make this a little bit larger for myself. Let me see. Full projector. Right. So it says defendant Diddy then instructed. So this is a part of the case file, right? This is page 17 out of 87. It said defendant Diddy then instructed another defendant, Doe, to also blank plaintiff. Defendant Doe has been determined to be defendant Druski, who is the guy that you saw saying that he went to, a Diddy party. Instead of immediately blanking plaintiff, defendant Druski droused plaintiff with more oil/lubricant and then jumped on top of plaintiff's naked and oiled body, treating it like a slip and slide and knocking the wind out of plaintiff due to his enormous size. Defendant Druski then caught himself sliding over plaintiff's oiled body and off the bed and then began blanking the plaintiff's blank, right? Because I gotta, blurt out these words. YouTube. Defendant Druski was blanking plaintiff. Defendant Diddy sat in a chair near the bed and began flying solo. If you know what that means, you know what Diddy was doing in that chair. While recording plaintiff being blanked by defendant Druski. Another party's phone fell on the bed near plaintiff, and then plaintiff then attempted to grab the phone, but it slipped out of her hands and onto the floor due to the oil/lubricant that had been doused all over her person by defendant Diddy and Druski. Defendant Diddy began laughing at plaintiff's attempt to grab the phone. Throughout this violent, I'm going to say paraphrase, altercation, defendant Diddy made consistent belittling remarks to plaintiff, including that he owned her now. At some point during the ordeal, plaintiff remembered defendants referring to another defendant, Doe, as Cornelius, and remembered that name because I guess it was so odd, or the way that it was, right? So now with that context, you also have this, which came out directly from Druski, and this was by way of his IG. He said the allegations is a fabricated lie. I wasn't a public figure in 2018. I was broke, living with my mom without any connections to the entertainment industry at the time of this allegation. So the inclusion of my name is truly outlandish. My heart breaks for actual victims of AB. But I'm fully confident that the evidence will expose this falsehood and the individuals who are maliciously trying to game the legal system to peddle false narratives. So, yeah. So you have a lot of this, just coming directly out. Druski saw it about a day or two ago. He ended up making the message that I just read off to you. Like I said, it's crazy times out here. This is why a lot of people happen to say you should not, really explain or say a lot of things on social media, because those things can be used against you at a later point in time. And as a lot of people like to say, the internet is forever, right? So I'm not sure when Druski did that interview with Gilly and Wallow, but now people are able to bring that right back up and, say some stuff. There was also another video up there where he stated that any celebrity who said that they went to a Diddy party and that they weren't a part of the, the after dark, hours type of thing were lying. Right. So again, like I said before, hey, it's tough out here. It is tough out here, but this is, what happens in the entertainment industry. And yeah. So I tell people you got to be, very careful with the types of individuals that you decide to align with, right? So now we're going to go to the next story here, and I'm pretty sure that you guys saw this, and it has to do with the what was it, like the BLM street that they had at one point. So I'm going to let her explain.
You all needed a visual representation of where we are right now. They are actively, at this current moment in Washington, D.C., tearing up the Black Lives Matter street. Did you hear what I said? They are taking taxpayer dollars to tear up a street because that's how much they hate us. Do you understand what's happening? I just want everybody to be clear. Okay, they have people out there working to tear up a street that was laid down to represent unity, represent that our lives matter. Okay, and they are actively tearing it up, which shows what? They do not care about us and we do not matter. This is where we are. I just want everybody to be clear in case there was any misunderstanding. Also, none of this is normal. Okay. I just want everybody to be clear on that. So on top of the DEI rollbacks and on top of threatening schools, on top of all of that, we're tearing up streets now. Okay? That's how much this is rooted in actual hate.
Right? I wish I would actually put the video up of the street getting torn up, but you know, like I said, for me, it is what it is. And as I sit here, I see a couple of people. One of them decided to state all lives matter. You know, the funniest thing is, for all of these people that say all lives matter, you guys have been pretty quiet over the years, which really shows that the all lives matter thing was not even really a thing. Y'all were just doing it in response because you felt left out. Because the craziest part is, if all lives matter, then the history of the United States would not even be the history of the United States. The treatment that indigenous, aboriginal people, original people here in the United States, the treatment that they suffered and went through would never even be a thing if all lives actually mattered. But again, you're saying something that you don't even really believe. You're just saying it in response because somebody is highlighting themselves and you feel like you're being left out. And then the main thing that, and the craziest part is, right, Black people have continuously stated that just because we say that, you know, our lives matter, we're not saying that other people's don't. We're just highlighting the fact of, hey, these are the things that we are going through. And it seems as though that going through the lens of the media and on the internet, it's not really being highlighted. It's being overlooked. It's not being looked at. Nobody's taking a deep dive. So we're going to highlight this. We're going to use our own energy. We're going to use our faces. And we're going to basically push this forward to get it in front of everybody. Right? And originally, that's what BLM was about and what it was supposed to do, right? So, let me see. So in response, you had a whole bunch of white people. You had whites, Asians, Latins. Everybody wanted to come out who were non-black. They were like, well, you also have the highly conservative Republican blacks, right? They wanted to sit up and say all lives matter. I'm like, but if all lives actually mattered, then that would have actually been shown historically in the United States. And the only reason that people can say all lives matter is because Black people came out and said that Black lives matter. Like that's the craziest part. Because from Black Lives Matter, you had all lives matter, you had Latin lives matter, you had Asian lives matter. Like it was the craziest thing. I'm like, all of these people magically, so it's like, okay, so now everybody cares about themselves now, right? That's what you're trying to convey. But without Black Lives Matter, or at least that branding being out there, you would have been just doing your normal every day and not caring about nothing. It's crazy work. Crazy work. So another person said that movement was all corrupt. They were stealing all the funding, going to BLM shame. They were so corrupt, what they represent. Again, I'm talking about the original message. Down the line, everybody was able to see what specifically took place with the organization. I even showcased that here on both of either one or both of my platforms and talked about that as well. I think I even brought that up on IG too. I think it's probably still got some shorts and videos and all that other type of stuff. So yes, towards the end of the road, yeah, you saw corruption. You saw the changing of what the original mission statement specifically was and how it was not in a sense about, let's say, Black men and women, like community coming together, that whole cohesiveness, that nuclear family, the Black man, Black woman together, formulating a family, raising that family, and all of those things, right? Like I said before, I covered directly all of that. But my main point is, whenever Black people come up with some type of branding, a organization or something to highlight themselves, magically the whole world stops and people are like, oh no, you can't do that. That's divisive. You're trying to segregate yourself from everybody else. It's like everybody else has lives too. Everybody else has children too. Everybody else's lives are important too. Why should just your life be like? That's how stupid everybody else sounded. Because like I said before, if all of you guys who normally want to sit up there and say that all lives matter, if y'all really believe that, then the whole planet will be a different place. It will be a vastly different place, right? If quote unquote all lives matter, do you really think that y'all be deporting immigrants right now? Nope. I thought all lives matter. What happened? What happened? Why would y'all stop the Haitian immigrants from coming across the border some years ago? Why would y'all stop the most darker complected immigrants coming across the border if all lives quote unquote matter? Like I said, there's a lot of ways that I can point that all lives matter and show that it doesn't make any sense and that y'all don't actually believe that. Y'all just want to say it because y'all see something else that you dislike. So instead of quote unquote being the natural racist that you are, you hide behind a simple branding and name that's more palatable. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like I said, and this is why I told people before, if you're going to be racist, just be racist. Just be honest. Like I said, I like my racism honest, it's like my coffee. That's it. It's that simple. But like I said, when you tell people to be honest, they choose not to be honest. They want to hide. And a lot of people want to talk about quote unquote, oh, the Democrats are, they're the real racists and da. But I'm like, both sides are racist at the end of the day. And nobody can be actually straightforward and honest about their racism. Like, that's the craziest thing. But one side is supposed to be more honest than the other. The other side is supposed to be, more snake-like than the other. Like, it's some crazy work. But both sides are a part of the exact same book. They're part of the exact same coin. Both sides have been racist and are racist still at this moment in time. But like I said, people want to pick and choose what they feel is, the right side or the less racist side and all this other type of stuff. And let me put it to you like this. Anybody who believes that all lives matter, then tell me, if all lives actually matter, then how is it possible that Flint, Michigan still doesn't have clean water? If all lives matter, why is it that in the white communities, your kids are passing away and ODing because of narcotics that's being pushed to your families and your homes and your communities? Explain that one to me. I'm waiting. Because all lives are supposed to matter, right? Because the craziest part is whenever I see news reports and videos and I see white people crying online about their families and they're getting separated, they're just like dying out. I never see y'all talk about all lives matter. We need to really come together to fix. Y'all ain't trying to say that because it don't have nothing to do with black people. So if it don't have nothing to do with black people, you don't care. So even when it details with your lives and your community, if black people have nothing negative to be a part of that whole situation, y'all don't even care. You just overlook it and keep going. And you'll just wait until it gets worse and then you'll make a response to it. That's some crazy work though, but I guess all lives matter, right? Even in your communities. Like I said, you got little Sarah and little Jimmy going to school and they got narcotics in their lunch pails because their parents were so OD'd on whatever it was that they were smoking up that they sat up there and packed whatever it was that they smoking into their lunch pail. And now those kids are potentially almost, might have a record. Now those kids are going to have to get put into foster care because of the recklessness within your community that's taking place, transpiring and happening. It's crazy work though, but all lives matter though. It's crazy. I don't even say all lives matter, but yet I've done stories on every single group of people around this planet. Crazy work though. But like I said, y'all want to be the good guys. Keep doing you. Keep doing you. The next part that we got directly onto this, right, is during the day, I think I want to say about yesterday, if not a little bit more. These were a lot of the posts that people had directly online when it dealt with the street, being, torn apart and worked on and all this other type of stuff. And like I said, for me, it's whatever. It ain't hurt me. It's not sitting up there doing nothing. All it's basically showing is that let's say at a moment in time, right? Let's say with the Democrat administration, right? Let's say with the Biden administration. Let's say that they were supposed to give out reparations and they did, and it was just going to continue, right? If this administration basically came in, what would have happened? They would have been like, you know what? It was great that you guys are getting reparations, but we're going to cut that short. We're going to turn that faucet directly off. You're going to have to, earn, your money. You're going to have to earn your keep. You're going to have to go out here and work like everybody else. If nobody else is getting reparations, you shouldn't be getting right. That's the type of stuff that they would actually do. So if there was a moment in time in history where repair was supposed to happen and it was going to take place to enable the healing and the generational wealth gap to, try to subside, this administration right now, along with the people within it, would have been like, yeah, we're going to, just push that to the side. We're going to cut that directly off, no matter how it harms America, and we're just going to continue on from there. That's exactly what they would do. Because seemingly any and everything that has to do with black people, they want to try to dismantle or take away as if it's hurting or hindering black people. DEI, affirmative action, all of these things, when primarily the main beneficiaries have always been white women because they are a minority within the majority, which is crazy. That's the craziest work. And again, these are the same women who decided that they wanted to vote against their own best interest, being a minority themselves. Amongst their own community and group, knowing the fact of how disenfranchised they are, knowing the fact that even if they're qualified, those women are not going to get those higher up positions and whatnot, where because the men there are going to be like, I'm not about to give that to you. You're a woman. Why am I going to give that to you when I can just give that to John down the street? He might not be very much qualified, but I can sit up there and teach him. I'm going to put a man directly in his seat. I'm not going to sit up there and put you, Karen, go back home. Make me some toast. Don't burn it this time, or you're getting slapped. And take care of those kids. That's it. That's as simple as it is. That's as simple as it is. And this is why you see fields of white women directly online trying to get back at cozy with black women, talking about some, oh, we messed up. We're sorry. We didn't really mean this. Something needs to be done. We got to fight. We got to get together. What's the plan? And black women are like, we're not doing nothing. We're watching Tubi. Why are you trying to pester and bother us? This is your problem. And this is the main, and like I said before, when it deals with the society, when it deals with the United States, somehow, some way, the weight of whatever's going on will be placed on black people. When, quote unquote, the strongest people that are directly out here in the United States are white, correct? White men and women and kids, right? Those are the idols. Those are the gods. Those are the strongest of the strongest, right? So whenever it is that the economy or whatever it is that is failing, they should really be trying to do market and psychological, studies and pushes directly to that community. But that's not what they're doing. Case in point, looking at white women. Case in point, looking at the Hispanic community. Case in point, looking at the Asians. Everybody's realizing how bad it is that they screwed up, and now they're trying to sit up there and knock on the doors of black people and have them try to fix a situation of which they caused. Black people told y'all not to sit up there and go down this road, and do this. We spoke to the Asian community. We spoke to the Hispanic community and many others out there. But because Asians are honorary white, right? Because Hispanics have fought for decades, if not more, to be considered white, and specifically stating that if you call them anything else but white, it will be considered racist. So like I said, you got these three white communities that came together to end up getting this administration directly here. This has nothing to do with black people. This has nothing to do with black people. Y'all got this. This is what y'all wanted. Y'all want America to be great. Y'all want to, take everything back to what the 1960s, 50s, 40s, 30s, when streets were separated, where, quote unquote, y'all had this great ideal imagery of the white household, of the white wife and the white man being a leader of the household, being able to smack up Sarah anytime that he feels like it, having a hard day, and going to the bar with Jim and the boys and all this other. Yeah, y'all wanted to bring all those days back. No problem. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. More power to you. More power to you. And this is why at this moment in time that we actually got some tariffs going down. We got a tariff war, right? Going down with Trump and Canada. Canada is putting on tariffs when it deals with the importing of the electricity from Canada to the United States. And then Trump in response was like, we got you. We're going to sit up there and up the tariffs that on aluminum and all these other types of metals that we ship directly to y'all. Coming from the United States. No problem. We can play this game. So these are the types of things that are going on at this moment in time, right? While you got people suffering when it deals with healthcare, when you got a poor education system, a poor medical system, a poor response by the EMS, you got a poor police force. The government is directly in shambles. People don't know where the money is going, where it's coming from, where it's hiding. But like I said before, this is what y'all wanted. White people, this is exactly what y'all wanted. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. So going directly from that, this is the next one.
who is being deported right now by ICE. 28 years. He's been here over 30 years, and I want everybody to know, nobody gives a shit if you have family, if you have kids. They don't give a shit if they're taking your husband or your father away. They are taking my husband away. These are FBI agents who work for Border Patrol.
Shout out to the FBI.
I want everybody to know, my family was just separated. They have taken my kid's father and they don't give a shit. They have taken my husband away. I want everybody to know. They have taken my husband away. They don't care if they're separating families. Please, somebody, I need somebody to help me. I want everybody to know what they're doing. They are taking my husband away. They don't give a shit.
Shout out to FBI. Right? Shout out to the FBI. Like I said, I don't know who those agents are, but they're doing God's work. They're doing God's work. Because like I said before, black people tried to tell y'all ain't want to listen. For all the Hispanic community out there, I want to put it like this. Tell me why, if some of y'all are old enough, right? Y'all remember Saved by the Bell, right? Tell me, where's Mario Lopez? Where's Mario Lopez at? Where's Sofia Vergara? Where are all of these Hispanic individuals at who are in Hollywood, rich in Hollywood and everything, right? Where are all of they at to speak on what specifically happened in to their people? What's really good? Like I said before, people must not understand what's going on, right? And then the craziest part is, they talking about families getting separated. Ma'am, the United States government just made you a single mother. It don't matter if you were married or not. You are now a single mother. Deal with it. So now you can go up there and get on government assistance. You can get Section 8. You can go up there and get SNAP, and you can get, free medical and all this stuff. Like I said, this actually worked out better for you. They didn't deport you with the kids. They just deported the husband. He was there for 30 years. It'd be like that. There was a Jamaican woman not too long ago that I gave y'all a video about. She was here. Her and her husband been here for about like 30, 40 years. They never had no papers. They never sought to even go get any papers, because that's how much they actually care about the process. They're like, well, I'm already here. It don't even matter. Let all those other fools worried about the papers, right? But now she got herself into a predicament where her daughter growing up is sitting up there boo-hooing and crying and snotting directly out of her nose. Oh my God, how could they do anything like this? Why would they sit up there and do this? And now I'm worried about getting deported and going back to Jamaica, and I don't know none of the people there. And well, those are your people. That is, for all intents and purposes, your home. That is where your bloodline originated from. You should never be afraid to go back home. You ain't never do nothing wrong to nobody. What you afraid of? I understand if you got some young bloods out here and they might have did some stuff, back home, and that's why they ran. I get that. But you a girl, you a woman, you a grown woman. You ain't never done nothing to none of those people there. So what you afraid of? Like, you acting like you going to like a brand new school. You a grown adult now. You in a real world. Ain't it fun? Shout out to Paramore. Ain't no crying to your mama, because now you're on your own in the real world. Shout out to Paramore. Like I said, that's crazy to me. I'm tired of seeing a lot of these people sitting up here crying when a lot of their people voted for this to happen. Instead of you sitting up here crying, use all of that energy towards the people who voted for this to get you up out of here. But why don't y'all do that? But when I happen to look online, y'all want to sit up there, y'all want to pull up to the scene and try to tell black people, oh, we got to really come together. We really got to work together. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Y'all said that y'all was tired of black people protesting. Y'all said y'all was tired of black people sitting up there talking. So we're good now. We understand and we listen. We might have been hard-headed in the beginning, but we got you. You say y'all don't want us to protest. Y'all don't want us to march. Y'all don't want us to hold up picket signs, create teach. No problem. So we sitting out. But now y'all like, no. What we really meant was, we don't want you to just highlight your own issues and be selfish with your energy and your time and the light that you can bring to it. We want you to use all of that and bring it to us and bring awareness to what it is that we're specifically going through. Because we're unable to do that for ourselves, which is crazy to me. That would almost, in a sense, go back to the whole thing of black people being able to lend energy or to make something hot because other people can't. That's some crazy work. All of these groups out here sitting up there looking for black people to help them out and bring light to their injustices that's going on. Why don't y'all make the whole situation hot and do it yourselves? But you can't. You don't have the type of energy and everything necessary like black Americans got in order to do it. Because I done seen people protesting the whole immigration thing across the United States, but it was a flash in the pan. But guess what? If black people was out there, it'd be a whole different situation. But oops, this is what happens when you know, you don't want to pay attention or listen. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ivan said, why she ain't married that guy? She had this baby. I mean, she said that was her husband. That's it clearly froze on the word husband. You know, just saying. Just saying. You said black people can't help themselves out. If you're looking for them to help, you're stupid. No, your thought process is actually pretty stupid. Because the funniest thing is, if you look through a lot of situations, black people have actually helped out a multitude of groups and use a lot of their energy and whatever it is that they could bring so that awareness could be brought, so that problems can be highlighted and fixed. But you're like one of the other ones directly out there where you want to fixate on just what it is that the media tells you, right? But you're not looking at the houses, you're not looking at the neighborhoods, you're not looking at the actual kids. You just want to only specifically point out and look at the bad sides that the media, mainstream media, basically tells you. Because like I said, I'm black all day long. Grew up in a black household around black people, probably know more black people than you've ever known in your life, because more than likely the main ones that you've seen are directly on TV. Even if you're in California, I've still known and been around more black people than you. Just gonna put that directly out there. But like I said before, it is what it is. If you believe that black people can't do for themselves, that's some crazy work. Because like I said before, the funniest thing is whenever black people happen to come up with something, this is when everybody else wants to copy. This is when everybody else now wants to highlight problems and issues directly in their families or amongst themselves and whatnot or whatever, which is crazy work to me. Because I felt that if you are somebody of a different culture or ethnicity, you would care and love about yourself so much that you would automatically do that for your people and your culture. But y'all don't. You only do it whenever it is that black people happen to rise up and start speaking about their plight, their situation, their social injustices. This is the only time that y'all want to happen to speak, and you'll be like, "Oh no, it's wrong for you to just only speak about yourselves." What about everybody else? What about everybody else? Everybody else should be worrying about everybody else, because that's the main thing that everybody else has told black Americans. Everybody's like, "Hey, black Americans, stop depending on the government. Stop appearing, stop looking for handouts. Stop begging. Stop doing this. Stop." So then when we sit up there and do that, y'all want to turn around and complain about like, "Oh, y'all segregationalists. You guys are divisive. You guys are the most racist out here because all you guys want to sit up and do is focus on race and you want to focus on yourself being victims." What? Which one is it? Do you want us to sit up there and try to create an infrastructure or something or other that can bring attention and awareness as a whole so that the situation could actually get fixed? And then y'all can actually shut up talking about, oh, the crime and the drugs and the guns. But yet I figured it out. Y'all don't want to. In order for you guys to actually, in a sense, exist and be fine, you need to have a comparison, right? So every other community and group directly out here, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, African, in order for you guys to be fine and dandy, not to have to focus in on y'all problems, you need somebody else that you feel is under and you feel is doing a lot worse. And that will be, quote unquote, historically, right? Because that's the main narratives that's been put out there. That'll be the black community, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, look what the blacks are doing. Democrat-run cities. You can't do this. Look at the expenditures of money. Y'all can't do this. Look at your kids. You can't do this. Look at your households. You can't do this. Look at your neighborhoods. You can't do this," right? And then everybody else will be like, well, we might be doing bad, but we're not as doing as bad as or as worse as the blacks. That's the blacks. Like I said before, y'all don't actually care. You need, in a sense, black people to be in some type of predicament so that you don't have to sit at home and look at yourselves in the mirror. This is why I highlight the issues in every single community to further showcase the fact that if you say all lives matter and you believe it, you don't. So you said they came illegally, criminals are criminals regardless of race. If they were here for multiple decades, they could have fixed their paper situation. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. You said, do you consider Ben Carson black? I can't tell somebody what it is in a sense because everybody has their different belief. I can say that I'm indigenous to the United States. I can say that I'm an aboriginal to the United States. Also, given the fact that, you got black people here that can trace back their lineage. Shout out to Officer Haku Ake Outlaw, Brandon V. World. That brother here has traced back his lineage to, I think, what was it, like the 1700, 18 or 1700s? But even still, with black people being able to do that, what people like you will sit up there and say, where are you from? Where are those people from? You're not indigenous. You can't be indigenous. Because what? Everybody was taught that Black Americans' history started from slavery. And then there's just like this great black gray area that's there. And then people are like, okay, we're going to fill in the gap. So we don't know anything else there. So we're going to say that, okay, you guys pretty much started with slavery, but before then, you guys are over there in Africa. So you guys are actually African. And I'm like, that's some crazy work. I'm like, this is what lack of research, lack of knowledge and information will basically get to people when they want to decide to fill in gaps, even though historically there are still paperwork here that can showcase where it is that a lot of black people originated from. And going back to the fact, you said, I don't care where you're from. I bet you don't. I bet you don't. Just like a lot of the white folks here. I bet you don't. What was your last name, Rodriguez? Yeah, you're honorary white. I know you don't. I know you don't. I'm just going to be real. And the reason I have to say that, Sir Rodriguez, is because your people, which I've covered directly on this platform before, have fought, literally your forefathers, have fought to be identified as white. And anything else but that is considered racist. So I just got to point that out. So like I said, anytime I see anybody Hispanic directly out here, I'm like, oh, you're white. I got you. No problem. You're Caucasian because you belong to the Caucasian race because this is specifically what your people fought for. Crazy work, though. Crazy work, though. But it is what it is. But like I told a lot of other people before, y'all got to go out there and fix y'all problems and y'all situations and y'all issues. Sir Dan said, oh no, here we go. I mean, I don't know what that means. Like, oh no, here we go. I don't even know what that means. What was it? Double D said, so the illegals are white people. Yes. Ivan said America is built on shared values or the ability to live and let live. Since when? I'm going back to the whole thing of all lives matter, right? When in the United States of America have all lives mattered? I'll wait. Let me know. Let me know, Ivan. Let me know at what point in time in history have all lives mattered in the United States where everybody was literally equal from top to bottom. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Because I ain't never seen it. I ain't never seen it. Because you'll probably try to have some people like, oh, well, if you want to know a point in time when everybody's equal, how about right now? No, even still, nobody's equal. Like I said, let me go to the immigrants who came here, the quote unquote illegals, right? All lives don't matter, seemingly enough, and all lives did matter when you had a lot of Hispanic individuals that were, in a sense, for all intents and purposes, in internment camps, where the adults were separated from the kids. And then once they deported the adults back to wherever it is that they came from, the kids were still here. So how are you going to deport the parents first? And then where are you going to send the kids? Matter of fact, what even happened to the kids? Because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people don't even know. You said all men are created equal. Says who? You ever heard of the Mormons? The Mormons believe that black people are a curse. In that the original people who are Caucasian, who are white, who are in the likeness of God and the angels themselves are sent here, were placed here in order to repopulate the universe. And that the only reason that black people exist is because they're a curse of Satan. So what are you talking about? Now you're moving the goalposts. You said that you would never consider yourself equal to a Geppetto. That's some crazy work because nobody was even talking about that. Now you're just moving the goalposts just to try to have a stance on something. That makes no sense. What barring does that even have to do with the situation I'm talking about? Where in what part in time in history has all people, all life been considered equal? I'm still waiting on that because you can't give me one. I can go around this whole planet and sit up there and show you from continent to continent where people were not considered equal. Somebody always figured themselves to be mightier, greater, smarter, more intelligent than the others. So you know what happens to the ones who are not considered within the same path? They exterminate. They get rid of. Like I said, what happened to the Aboriginal population of Australia? What happened to that? Because like I said, Australia, that's a warm continent, right? That's a warm landmass, right? So how's it possible that you got all of those white folks there? So are we saying that the Aboriginals just over time in a warm climate, instead of getting darker or staying the exact same complexion, they lost melanin and then just became Caucasian? Like, is that what we're doing? Like, what are we doing? Aw, dang. Ty got him. So I was like, see what I mean? Says they won't respond to me. Mo was like, too late. Our untamed pit bull chased them away. Oh man. Oh man, that's some crazy work right there. Man, we were having such a great conversation. Let me tell you. It's good times, guys. But much love, respect, and appreciation to all the people directly out there. Much love. So now we're going to go to the next video.
You go to work, you don't tell your boss how to supervise you. When you go to the nail shop, you don't tell the nail tech how to be a nail tech. When you go to a restaurant, you don't tell the owner how to run their business. So why is it that when you're in a relationship, you try to tell a man how to be a man? Why is it that when you're in a relationship, that the minute that a man does something that makes you uncomfortable, you're all of a sudden equating that to him being a bad person? Why is it that the minute that the smallest thing is off, you're ready to blow it all to shit? The nail tech can mess up your nails. You probably gonna go back and see her. That restaurant could have messed up your order a little bit. You probably still gonna go back and eat that food. Your supervisor can piss you off every day. You're still going to show up for work. You're still not going to tell them how to do what they're in position to do. But why is it that your man that is supposed to be your leader, that you trust with your body and your energy, when he tells you things that are constructive criticism, why is it that you cannot listen? Why is it that you're combative? Why is it that you're making an argument? Why is it that you feel, oh, he's trying to change you? Change is good. Get uncomfortable. Y'all look at change like, oh my gosh, he's trying to change me to be this person. A man who cares about you is going to try to switch some stuff up. If he sees something that's off or sees something in you that you lack, he's going to guide you the right way. It's not always control. Sometimes take time out with that same trust you gave your body with to trust his word and follow his leadership. Hey, I'm just a messenger.
That's bars. And, that's something that I tried to bring up to people before, and I think I had some live streams and whatnot specifically about that, where you would have women that will decide that, they don't want a guy to specifically tell them this, tell them that. A man can't sit up there and lead them, even if they have a husband, all these other types of things, and yada, yada, yada. But the craziest thing is, I'm like, But when it deals, like you said before, when it's dealing with the Asian males who are doing the women's nails, they can mess up or do whatever, and you're going to come directly back there. You go to a fast food restaurant, somebody's going to mess up your order, you're going to come back there. Your boss or your manager can sit up there and make you as mad as all get out, but you're still going to respect him, and you're going to come back to that job, and you're going to do that work, if not more. But when it deals with home, when it deals with the man that you have there, you don't want to sit up there and give that exact same energy, which is crazy to me, because that's the only person that is actually going to give you any type of protection. That's the only person that is actually going to love you. The supervisor or the manager at your job, who is a man, he is not going to love you. He's not going to he is not going to care about you. He's not going to give you any type of protection. Right? The Koreans at the nail salon, we already know from the videos that I've shown off, in the videos that have, in the stories that have come out on social media and mainstream media, that those men are not going to care about you at all. To put it to a better point, Asian men don't even really care about their own women like that. And I got stacks of videos I got loaded up in a clip to sit up there and showcase all of the horrendous acts that those men commit towards their own women, right? And so on and so on and so on. And especially at fast food, they're not gonna they see something is basically happening to you, getting robbed. Oh, they're shutting that window. They're protecting themselves. Self-preservation. You are on your own. The only man out there that is actually going to care about you is the one that is directly in that home with you. But trying to explain that to, the modern audience, directly out there and trying to get that out, it's a no-go. People just not gonna, pay attention and listen, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But let's continue. Wait, let me just do that. There we go.
I want to know, where do your tithes and offerings go? Like, because when the congregation is struggling, they cannot get nothing from the church. I mean, this is real life. This is the truth. These pastors and first ladies with these big hats out here in luxury vehicles, living in big mansions, and their congregation is out here struggling. Lights getting cut off. Houses on fire. Issues in their housing. And they can't even call on the church for help. My mom had a house fire, and not one of these pastors and so-called bishops help my mom or pass the collection plate around to help my mom to get items back in her house from that fire. My mom had lost everything. You cannot keep giving all these tithes and offerings every Sunday, and then you can't get nothing in return. Yeah. It's sad.
And this is why, I've told people before, like, again, not to get preachy or all the other good stuff, I've told people, like, hey, if you got your own belief, or if you happen to, have your own relationship with God, that's great. You can do that outside of the church. You don't need a church. You don't need any of that, because realistically, your body is a temple. Keep your body clean. You're keeping your temple clean for God, all that other type of good stuff, right? But it's crazy to me, and this is why I told you guys about my grandmother before, how I've gone to church and everything directly with her. And my grandmother had a lot of health issues and things that went on. And no matter how much she prayed, no matter how much she still gave and whatnot, whatever, her health condition got worse and worse and worse and worse, up until the point that, she ended up, I think it should have been either dementia or Alzheimer's, went through that. And, everything pretty much went downhill from there. And none of the things that she did, helped her out. Nor did any of those churches or whatever come through to basically pay for medical bills or to help her out or whatnot or whatever. So the main thing that I've always told the Black community, like I said, I don't care about no other community out here when it deals with the church, specifically the Black community. We're the only ones that are legally allowing these churches to go into our pockets and our bank accounts to rob us. I've said time and time again, how is it possible that the pastors directly out here and the others, like the 1% of those churches, they can dress the flyest, they got the best jewelry, the best tailor-made, whatever on to the 9. they're driving through with like Bentleys and BMWs, 2028 BMWs, Escalades. They sitting up here taking trips all around the world, living in mansions. How is it possible that these people are living better than you? How is it possible that these people are living better than the Son of God? Because last time I checked, Jesus didn't live in a mansion. He didn't have like a year, a BC 08, mule wagon. He didn't have that, right? He didn't have the 08, Moses is on. He didn't have none of those. So how is it possible that these people who are not even in a sense, for all intents and purposes, literally the child of God, how are they able to profit, be more successful, and quote unquote live better than Jesus? That don't make no sense. I've been looking for an answer for that, and all I've gotten is excuses. And people want to try to tell me, well, if you are of, God and you preach his word, then you are going to sit up there and get yada, yada. I'm like, no, that's BS. I'm sorry. Because there are homeless people out here that preach the word of God and they're still homeless 20 years running. So what are we talking about here? What realistically are we actually talking about? Like I said, and for, every now and again, I might have some people that will state that, hey, my church does this. I'm like, yo, if you feel like your church is doing that, that's cool. There's no reason for it to defend your church because I don't even know who your church is. If you got to defend your church, obviously you might have some internal questions that you might want to start asking. Because I've always been inquisitive when it dealt with churches and where monies go. Because like I said before, the moment of time that pastors and everybody else pull up to the scene looking better than you, and they technically, in certain extensions, they might even have their noses up. I'm like, so I guess this is the word of God, huh? I guess this is how God is supposed to move. Because these are the representatives, right? These are the ones that are preaching to the flock, preaching the word and all of this other crazy work, man. Crazy. That is some crazy work. DC Precise said, or Rolex. Yeah, dog, I've never even had a Rolex, man. Have I even touched a Rolex before? I don't even think I even touched a Rolex. Like, that's crazy. Like I said, like the most I might have had like some cubic zirconia earrings. Like that was it. I might have had like a cross. That was it. It was probably like sterling silver. Like the most jewelry I ever had was probably like sterling silver. That's it. And that was like some old glasses that I had and a necklace that my mom got me. That was it. That was the most expensive jewelry that I actually had. I was proud of that too. I was proud of that. But yeah. You said no Jesus piece? Yeah. I ain't even dude. And during that time when the Jesus piece was out, I wanted one of those. I'm like, yo, I gotta get one, but I'm like, I can't afford that. And I wasn't in the whole thing of like trying to get something that was fake. So, I never got it. I saw everybody else, rolling with like the Jesus piece, and they would have like these extravagantly long chains. I'm like, dog, that chain, if you were to try to run from the cops, that chain is getting hemmed up real quick in the fence. Like I'm not going to say the terminology or the word, but yeah, you're going to get caught. You are going to get caught, But yeah, it's crazy work. And this is why I've continuously always talked about the church. Like, I need more people to sit up. Like I said, I'm not trying to turn nobody's faith or whatnot, whatever, but you deserve to be able to question. There should be no reason that a pastor, whatnot, whatever, should make you feel ashamed that you're asking questions about where the money is sitting up there going. You deserve to know, especially if you're sitting up there giving hundreds or thousands of dollars over time to the church. Like, yo, where my $1,000 go, bro? Like, let me see some receipts. Because if I'm still looking around and I'm seeing some patchwork that needs to be done, some things going on with the lights and whatnot, where my $1,000 going? Because like I said, I showed y'all a video before where people, I forgot what church it was, they were sitting up there doing some crazy stuff where the top 1% had a raffle or they were gifting like a Bentley to somebody else. I'm like, brother, what? You're gifting a Bentley to somebody else that's of the 1%, but yet everybody else that is of the flock who are donating to you, tithing, quote unquote, tithing to you, they can barely afford their car note. Word? So you can donate a Bentley, but you can't donate 10 houses to the folks that crazy. But like I said, this is the type of religion that people want to go for. This is the type of religion that people want to go for. That's crazy. Amaru said, "Oh man, come on, treat yourself better in the now." What you talking about with the whole thing with like the jewelry or whatnot? I mean, I was never really a jewelry type of person for all intents and purposes. Now, I did say there was like certain types. Instead of me saying it, I would rather just pull up to the scene with it. But there's other type of stuff I would rather get, but on a more realistic basis. The other reason I never bought any of that type of jewelry or whatnot is because I wanted to invest into the channel. I wanted to put money back in to the channel because like I told people before, there's a lot of other things that detail with social media behind the scenes where you need to invest in order for things to keep going, or in order for those things to get better. There's a multitude of different facets, from a computer to a mic to better screens to docks and all this other type of stuff that are needed. So yeah, there's that. He said, try to get that money back from the church and you'll see what they tell you. Oh yeah. RY said you're not turning anyone away, just making observations and asking critical questions. Those that don't allow you to ask those questions are suspect. Yeah. Timothy said, especially the mega $1 million churches should be having a harvest schedule like farmers for free to needy members in trouble. And that's facts. That is facts. Because the one thing I've always stated before is that these people can afford to give the best to their families, right? Because we, as the flock, the sheep, right, coming directly to them, preaching the word of God, right? We're going directly to them and pretty much giving our all. In certain instances, I've seen people who are coming from the same block, like they sitting up there giving like $500 to $800 to the church. I'm like, brother, I'm like, yo, that money, ma'am, that money can go to something like else in your life. I'm like, that's a lot of money. That church don't need that because they are not going to return that. They're not going to somehow get on a collect call 10-10-220 with God and sit up there and bring you down like a blessing. Like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. And like I said before, they got everybody caught up on this thing where if you give to God, then you're going to get back as well. Somebody show me in scripture where God actually uses money. I'll wait. Like let me know, how many wallets God has. Because I'm like, all of these churches supposedly collecting for God and everything else, but I ain't never seen God spend 1 cent. Because last time I checked, God don't need money. God can just do and create and all this other type of stuff. So I'm like, so that would mean if the money ain't for God, then those people of the 1% of the church are collecting that money for themselves. And they're using that money for selfish gain. But I could have sworn, wasn't it against, isn't that what, like one of the 10 commandments or something, like, dealing with, I forgot, it's been a while, right? But something dealing with greed. I got some church people directly in here. But one of the 7 deadly sins, right? Isn't that greed? So wouldn't the churches that are grabbing all of this money, getting millions or hundreds of millions of dollars or whatnot, and they're taking these lavish trips and all, wouldn't that be considered greed? Wouldn't that be sinful? But yet they're trying to disguise it as if it is for the glory of God, for the Lord. That's some crazy work. Like I said, I just, I'm just saying. Just saying. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Tim said, you can't even use churches as a sanctuary to get any type of your money. Yeah, which is thou shalt not covenant. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, it's been a while for me. Double D said, Timothy 6:9 said, the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Sham said, it's later on, but Jesus tossed over a temple trying to ask for tithes, but clearly was using the money for selfish gain. And he said it defiled God's house. I know what you're talking about. That was the one of the few times that you were able to see quote unquote Jesus angry, acting normal. Right. But yeah, it's some crazy work directly out here. Like I said, that's all I'm looking at. I'm looking at, quote unquote, the churches that are supposed to be the safe haven. But they're some of the most sinful places because, you got a lot of bad things happening. You got married pastors and they're sitting up there going with, some of the flock, having these extracurricular activities. Matter of fact, about a year or two ago, I showed you guys a video where the pastor was at his church. His wife was there, and then a side chick pulled up, and she was pregnant. She pulled up pregnant, and she started fighting the wife. And I'm like, this is what I be talking about. I'm like, and y'all follow these people? Y'all literally follow these people tooth and nail. And the craziest part is that dude literally sat there in that church and was like, yo, I'm not giving up my spot in this church. I'm not relinquishing being pastor no matter what happened here. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, yo, that is crazy. He don't want to give that up because he don't want to give up that money. And that's the whole thing. Let him have been a pastor for free. He not getting no money. He would have just left. But like I said, when you got money tied into these things, where this is like literally somebody's livelihood, oh yeah, you're gonna see how they really act. Like I said, try to go to these churches and try to get these pastors on up out of here. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen because the pastor probably with a few of the women there, the secretary, whoever, it ain't gonna be happening. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Wait, what'd you say? The scrolling is a lot different. You said, I know he ain't just skip everything that I put up. It's a lot of people up here that actually post, and I'll be trying to scroll. Let me hold on. Let me. He said a lot of false prophets out of here. Let me see what else you. He was like, I do understand the road to heaven is really hard, but I never agreed with tithing. Never seen anyone get more money from tithing. You said this should have more likes. You said preach, LOL. Get it? My bad. And I think I missed one. You said that's not religion. Those are false prophets taking advantage of good people. No, that's a part of religion. That's a part of the religion. Talking back to Jamal. That's a part of religion. What was it that Leopold Napoleon sat up there and said? He was like, without religion there would be chaos. And in previous like other text, you have the higher ups directly up there that basically said that religion is the main thing that is the separation from having us decide to go through and overthrow and whatnot the elites. Yeah, it's a type of control because that's exactly what it is. Because case in point, whenever it is that something happens in the black community, like police come through and they take somebody's life, right? Who's the main people that show up? It's not the government. Right? It's not even realistically the civil rights leaders. It's the church. They were like, we're going to ask for peace. We understand that this is a very distressful situation, but we got to ask, what would Jesus do? We got to, no matter how hard it is, no matter how tough it is, no matter how emotional we are, we have to be conscious enough to not go out and do the exact same things that were done to us. We got to look inward. We got to look for a sense or a time for prayer. We must focus and we must bond together in this moment of need and not turn violent. That's what they do. That's how they pull up every single time any of these instances would take place, at like clockwork. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. But then I get it, at the end of the day, somehow, some way they get money. So of course they're going to pull up to the scene. They're going to get money directly from it. So like I said before, take money directly out of these churches. Let's see how many pastors we got. Let's see how many people we got preaching out here for free. Where these people got to work an everyday normal job and they can't get no type of money, zero money directly from the church. Let's see how many people actually believe in God. Let's see how many people actually know the word and want to worship and this and that. And they want to sit up there and fall all over the place. They want to feel the spirit and start dancing and shucking and jiving. And let's see. Like I said, take money out of religion and let's see who the real God is. Let's try that one out. Take money out of religion and let's see who the real God is. But that won't happen because the first place that money would need to get taken directly out of would be the Vatican. That's the richest of the richest churches directly out there. But guess what? Ain't nobody going to take money from the Vatican, no. Ain't nobody going to do that. Nobody going to do that. They get money from all over the world. They got money hand over foot, on top of more than likely some gold bars in some catacombs underneath the Vatican somewhere. Lisa said ties back in the day was about food, not money. The creator didn't need our dirty paper bills. I mean, yeah, it probably in ancient times it was actually about, you know, food. It was actually about giving to people. None of these churches today, I'm just gonna be real. I'm generalizing. It's all get out. Ain't none of these churches today actually about giving to the people. They're about taking. It's about the selfishness. It's about gluttony. It's about greed. That's it. It is that simple. And if people don't want to sit up there and see that, then go ahead. Allow those beings, allow those entities to keep siphoning that directly off of you. Allow them to siphon all of your energy. Allow them to siphon all of your money out of your wallet and your bank account. And then when it comes to the end and you're lying on that bed at the hospital and your knees and head deep in medical bills and everything like that, let's see if your church come through. Let's see if they actually return all of that money that you set up there and give. They'll be like, hey, sir, you know that 80 grand that you gave us? No problem. Because you gave to us, the church is going to cover 100% of your medical bills. If any funeral costs, we're going to cover 100% of that. And then we're going to make sure to take care of your home because we understand that you were the primary giver when it dealt with, or the financial individual when it dealt with the home and the bills. So we're going to pay off your mortgage. We're going to pay that, you know, directly off for you guys. Let's see if the churches do that. They won't. They will not. We got Miss Anderson in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? You know, the funny thing is, I've been waiting for you to actually go live, and I have not seen nothing. Well, maybe I might have missed it, and you probably didn't tell me. But just saying, I was waiting for you to sit up there and go live throughout these weeks after the last one that you did. Just saying, just got to put you on notice. Miss Robinson said that's true. Nope. Yep. Agreed. Yeah. Like it's bad. It is bad. Miss Anderson sitting up there just like rolling. Yeah, you know you're wrong. I was sitting up here waiting for you to sit up there and go live back on TikTok and whatnot. Like I said, the crew that you got, y'all funny. Y'all, I was sitting up there rolling. Like, man. WD said one church would not do a funeral because they said the woman that died owed tithes. And that's crazy to me. Like, how do you so let me try to put this into gamer reference. So you mean to tell me that I wasn't able to play certain content because I didn't buy the DLC? Like, I have the game for free, right? I'm able to play it for free, but I can't, you know, in a sense, profit or do whatnot or whatever because I didn't buy the DLC or the battle pass. So that's what we're doing with churches now. We can't help you out. God cannot help you out because you didn't give to God. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy. And this is what I be talking about. This is what I be trying to talk about. And too many times these churches always be trying to throw God directly in the mix when really it's them. They feel slighted. It's like, well, you know, you have been coming here. We've seen you here every single day, but you ain't really giving me no money. So I'm not about to sit up there and do nothing for you, because that's all it is. Right? That's not God's house for all intents and purposes. I'm just going to sit up there and be real. That's not God's house, because that's not how that would work. Right? Whoever that pastor is, that's his house. That's he's the one with the ownership. He's the one that has the control. Because I done seen too many pastors roll through the scene and sit up there and tell people like, yo, you're not about to come into my church like this. You're not about to do this, that, and the third. I make things move in here. I tell you what to do. I am the head of this house. I done seen all of these pastors sit up there and speak like that. So the moment in time that it starts being possessive, where it's an I already know what time it is. This don't got nothing to do with God. Nothing. That's some crazy work. Crazy work. Tim said there should be no reason the pastor, God's shepherd, is living off of the money given by the devotion of the members' tithes. Should be maintaining the church itself and building the yo, Timothy, let me tell you something. I've said that. What was that one large church in Detroit? What was it, by like the Winans or something like that? I forgot. Somebody from Detroit know what I'm talking about. But we got famous people directly there. We got a mega $1 million church there. And the main thing I set up there and told people is, like, how is it possible that basically God can open up the clouds, like in between space and time, and be like, you know what, this is a good place to sit up there and put a mega $1 million church. Bow, just sit up there and drop that. But the area around the church looks like a third world country. How'd that work? And then in order for this mega $1 million church to keep running, you need the people of the community to come in and sit up there and get one little bit that they got. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. And then a lot of these churches, like, you got a lot of these people who are poor, middle class, whatever, they coming in and giving their money, but they got to get dressed up every single day. They got to put on perfume, makeup, all this other stuff. I could have sworn at one moment in time it used to be come as you are. I thought that's what it was, because you want people off the streets to come directly to the church. You want everybody to basically hear the word. But from my understanding, in order for you to hear the word, you have to be dressed a certain type of way. That's the only way that it's acceptable for you to be allowed to hear the word of God. Crazy work. Like I said, maybe I'm just, looking at it differently from everybody else. Maybe I just got a problem with in a quote religion as it is at this moment in time. I don't know, but I'm just simply saying that people need to start asking questions. That's all I'm saying. Timothy said, no, the right gaming reference is you pay to rest or you pay for awakening boost. Okay, yeah. Yep. Sham said tithes with the old covenant. When the old covenant was abolished, tithes was to go along with it. In fact, every time Jesus preached, he fed and took care of people, never took money. Lisa said, nada to do with God. It's all about pockets. Yeah. Yep. D Money said, PS Plus would be a good reference. Try to play a game you got during the subscription. Afterwards, it ends. Yeah. Yep. That's another one, too. Sham said, Jesus' entire work, even going door to door, was free. He had no building, had no money, yet he preached the word, healing and helping. Preachers have lost the faith. Is what preachers don't have faith. I'm just, preachers don't. The only faith that they got is money. The only faith that they really got, the only Bible that they got is green. I'm just gonna be real. The way that I sit up there and look at it, because the one video that I showed to y'all that was crazy was when there was this female pastor that pulled up to the scene, right? And she just asked people to give, $20 or whatever it was. And then after that, she was like, nah, I'm going to need y'all to give like $100 or 50 or whatever it was, right? And you just saw all of these people get up and just start putting money into this basket, right? I mean, the end result, again, I'm not sure if it was like directly planned, if they talked about this behind the scenes, because again, a lot of these things, when these churches are filmed and they have this in-house type of thing. A lot of these things are talked about and planned. It's just like content creation when it deals with people, doing these pranks and all this. Like I said before, it looks the exact same way, right? So the end result was that she had that, and then she called some woman directly up to the stage, and then she handed her, that money or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, if she actually kept that money or how that basically worked out, I don't know. Because like I said before, when it deals with like churches like that, and you're basically filming this to, in a sense, give a type of sense or a feeling of this is what you are, this is what you believe in, I believe a lot less of it. Because it's a little bit different if you're out there in the streets, you're out there on the blade or some shit like that, and you sitting up there doing stuff. I was supposed to paraphrase that, but I didn't. But hopefully I don't get penalized for that. But if you just out there just on the streets doing stuff, and then the public happens to film you doing it and showing that's a whole different story, right? Because it's not a setup. You don't got a camera crew. You don't got this. You don't got that. You're just doing it because you want to initially just help out people. You want to cause an impact. You want to get word of mouth. You want to get more people directly into the. That's a whole different situation. But like I said, how many churches do we actually got doing stuff like that now? Tim said, and the church has the audacity to have a no weapon policy. I remember when priests and pastors gave sermons with swords on their hip. Yeah. Yep. No weapon against me shall prosper, but I promise you a lot of those preachers, when it deals with their home, they know how to load and aim a firearm. Promise you that. Like I said, the word only goes so far. Because everything I understand about God is that God gave you common sense. So it's like, it's great that you believe that no weapon against you shall prosper, but at the end of the day, if somebody was to drop a nuke, yeah, you're gonna be seeing the pearly gates. that's all I'm saying. You are going to be seeing the pearly gates. You're going to be, and if you're not directly within that vicinity, you're going to be feeling the effects, and your life is going to be cut short real quick. Radiation cares about no religion. Lisa said, no pun intended, but we're not religious, brother. We melanated folk are spiritual. Yeah, that's bars. That's facts. Lisa said, many of us don't believe in a Jesus, right? Sham said, a lot of preachers look demonic to me, especially the one asking for money online or on TV. Oh, you talking about the evangelical television preachers. I forgot the white dude's name. Like, that dude always looked like a small demon for like the longest time possible. I forgot his name too. That dude just looked like a straight demon, dog. I felt like it was like something in him. It was just like part devil. Like, it was just there. Like crazy. Sham said a lot of yeah. He said yeppers. And Tim said believing in Jesus and God isn't wrong. How his practices are being manipulated is what's wrong. That's true. Timothy said Full Metal Alchemist triggered my spiritual journey to build a relationship with God. Oh yeah, Full Metal is dope. Mo said Peter Popoff. I think that should be the guy. Let me just type his name in real quick. Nah. It's not him. It's another one. Nah, it's another one. Let me see. Let me just type in that's the one. Kenneth Copeland. That's the one right there. That guy right there. That dude. Let me see. Let me just get this this picture real quick. Like, ain't nobody telling me this dude always to me looked like a demon. Like, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. But like I said, is why you got to be careful of the people that you worship, idolize, because for all intents and purposes, when people go to church, I mean, I'm just gonna be real. For me, I never felt like it was a worship of God in a sense. It felt like you were worshiping the pastor, right? Because all of that energy and everything that you're getting is directly off of the pastor, what it is that he is speaking, how it is that he's, putting in placing things, directly out there, right? You're not really, in a sense, getting that energy from God. But like I said, this is just me. You don't gotta, take that with a full. What's the name? Let me swap that over. It was this guy right here. That dude always looked like a demon to me. Always looked like a demon, 100%. Like, ain't nobody tell me nothing. And then the way that he would speak at certain times, crazy work. 100% crazy. Lisa said, I'm sorry for messing up the spelling of the name. Oh, you're talking to Didi. I got you. Kiza, what is up? You said, I always say he looks like a demon. Yeah. Didi said, Kenneth is occupied with a demon and you can see it. Yeah. Timothy said the way of Jesus was meant for anyone not wanting to be bound by the evils of the land and visitations by the devil. But yeah. But anyways, that was a long, drawn out one right there. Let me go to the next video.
I just seen this video of this girl literally crying because 2 little boys from Chicago had robbed her. She said that she had kids and the only thing she could think about was, what if that was her child? So she spared them little boys their lives. I guess they were trying to steal her car, and one of the boys was like, be quiet, all we want to do is just basically, they wanted to take her iPhone, purse, and I think they was trying to steal the car. But this is why it's so important that these little boys have male role models around, because they out here doing like that. Now, I'm from the city, so I know how they get down there. Like, I didn't witness just about everything. Yes, Chicago ain't one of the places to play. But for the simple fact that these little boys be as young as 7, 8, and 9 out here robbing is crazy. Because where is your parents at? And the sad thing is the poverty in Chicago is crazy. The amount of people that are on rugs is crazy. And that's why these little kids just be out here running around.
I ain't never heard that term before. Home. The amount of people on lugs. So, sitting up here eating. But that's crazy. I'm just gonna be real. And I'm gonna have to put this to the Dr. Umar stance. I can't psychologize a lot of your sons out here. Some of them gonna have to go down for God, right? And yeah. There's no other way to sit up there and say that. Those young boys got spared, but because it was a woman doing the sparing, they're probably not going to take that serious. They're gonna be like, all right, whatever. She let it slide, and we're gonna just sit up there and be smarter and just do it differently. Because the funniest thing is, it wasn't that long ago that I gave you guys a video of 2 black men that stumbled upon some 13-year-olds that was already in a stolen car trying to steal another one and break into somebody's house, but they caught them before they can do the last 2 actions that I named. And they had the nerve to sit up there and try to tell the black guys. They were like, yo, I can't believe you're gonna sit up there and like snitch on us. It was like, y'all was just like us. Y'all was doing the exact same things when y'all was our age. And I'm like, brother, this is not the time for you to be trying to get people to sympathize. Like, this is not it. Even if these dudes were in the street, obviously they not no more. Obviously they not. That's why they came directly out there and told you to stand directly right there, or they want to sit up there and go get, a life ender real quick and switch up the situation. Like I said, in both of these instances, you got this one dealing with a black woman that sat up there and dealt with being robbed by 2 young kids. And then in the other instance, you dealt with 2 black men that saw what was happening in the community. I'm just going to sit up and be real. People got to start putting consequences directly out there. That is the only way that people actually learn, is if consequences happen. If people know out there that you got some reckless like sons or whatever doing whatnot or whatever, the only way that you're gonna learn that hey, your kids, you shouldn't be allowing your kids. You got to teach yourself your kids better is if they ain't here no more. It is sad to say, but that is the truest way to sit up there and do it. A lot of people got to be losing their sons out here. I'm just gonna be real. I don't care how that sounds. I heard people sit up there and come, oh, you sound just like the white people. You sound like a coon. You that. I'm like, all right, I'll be that then. Because I for sure would never sit up there and have a child or allow them to sit up there and be doing any of this. I'll put them in jail. I will put them in jail. We ain't doing that. I'm like, if you ain't gonna listen to me, if you ain't gonna follow, my directions or how it is that I taught you, no problem. I'm going to allow the government, I'm going to allow law enforcement to sit up there and deal with you. Because you don't want to pay attention to me. Obviously, my word don't mean nothing. I'll let somebody else handle you then. Like I said, it's crazy out here, and I keep trying to tell a lot of parents in the black community, I'm like, yo, y'all got to be parents to y'all kids, man. You really got to be there for your kids. I've been preaching this for years until I'm blue in the face, and yet here I am still preaching the exact same thing because people are allowing their kids to be more and more reckless by the day. And then I have people sit up there and try to tell me, well, man, you can't sit up there and blame the parents. Some of the parents can sit up there and try, and the kids make their own decisions. A child is a child. It's not a grown adult. They're not emancipated. That's still a child. They're underneath your roof. You're providing for them. You're protecting them. So that is your responsibility. It is at no point in time can a parent decide that a teenager or a preteen or a child is basically a grown adult and they're just doing whatever it is that they want to do because they no. We're not doing that. You are not absolved of responsibility from something that you created and brought directly into this world that we did not ask you to sit up there and do. You decided to sit there and have unprotected relations with somebody else that created life, and now you don't want to be responsible because of X, Y, and Z. No. But like I said, the moment in time that people start losing their sons directly out here on the streets, that's the moment in time that people will start acting. Maybe people will start thinking before they procreate and create kids. Right? Just gotta say it. But now, Tim said if my child does anything remotely close to this, they got two options, either law or disfigurement. So they're incapable of trying to live that life. And I 100% understand it. I 100% understand it because, like I said before, this is nonsense. Like I said, for me growing up, I ain't never lived this type of life. So if at any moment in time, creation of children basically takes place, I expect you never to sit up there and pull no foolishness like this because I ain't never do it. Because like I said, I believe in living by example. Now, if I live the example of, in a sense, doing this, that's a little bit different. I did this and then later on I wisened up and whatnot or whatever. It's a little bit different. The conversation is going to have to go different. But for the fact that I know every fiber of my being, I never robbed anybody. I never stole a car, never broke into a house. I didn't do none of the gangs. I wasn't, drinking or drugging. I wasn't doing none of the stuff directly out here. Oh, yeah, you're going to be hearing my mouth all the time because you can't tell me nothing. You can't sit up and say, oh, man, but when you were younger, you would. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. Fix your face before you say something stupid. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Like I said, we do not got time for that. Like I said, I do not deal well with foolishness, especially from kids, children. Not at all. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were made by the colonizers who brought religion to the land so that they can bring unity while robbing us of our identities. Sham said, I don't even care if you in Pampers, you still getting, or your little butt can still catch these hands too. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, Tim said, can't run the streets with one leg. Can't pop up with one arm. That's facts. That is 100% facts. But let's go to the next video.
You know the schools back in the day would be let out early for kids to watch like public, and in a lot of cases the and with people taking body parts back home as souvenirs. And according to a couple Reddit posts, those families still have those souvenirs. But this video isn't about that. This is about black codes.
So it's supposed to be codes. It's a little bit of a typo, black codes. But what she was saying earlier that got blurred out, because whenever you happen to talk about the old ways of Caucasian Americans and what they did to black people specifically, for whatever reason, YouTube has a problem with the wording. You can't specifically say it, even if it's somebody black talking about history, it's always a problem. So she was specifically saying how people would be, in a sense, ornaments for all intents and purposes, right? And not just that, but also how no matter what the atrocity was, that these individuals still have pieces, still have remnants of said individuals still to this day in their family of black people. But now she's about to start talking about black codes. Sham said, was she talking about? Yeah, that's what she was talking about. Yeah, like I said, a lot of things I have to blur out because YouTube is highly sensitive about certain things, which is crazy to me. But let's get into it.
Because a lot of people don't know what black codes are, and when you ask them what are black codes, they'll tell you something related to like Jim Crow, when black codes was well before Jim Crow. So I found, I want to say like 15 different black codes, and I'm going to tell you what they are and what they will be considered and how they were enforced. So I just counted, and it's actually 21 of them, but the more the better. Now, if you don't know what black codes are, if you've never heard it or you've always been curious but have gotten like a vague response, the best way I can explain it is like social crimes. Now, back in the day, after slavery was abolished, the northern states had just accepted that the South was going to do whatever they wanted to do, so they decided to not get involved with whatever they wanted to do. So anything that southern states wanted to do, individual states wanted to do, they could do, and including creating random social like laws or whatever, crimes that they said applied to everyone, but really only applied to black people. Now, these crimes consisted of, we can start with vagrancy, because that is typically the first one that you'll hear when you hear about black codes. And if you don't know what vagrancy is, it's basically being unemployed. You couldn't be unemployed. Along with that, you couldn't quit your job. Now, the thing about these two is they played hand in hand with each other. Back in the day, a lot of people ask, why did black people sign contracts? Why did they end up back on the same plantations? Because you couldn't be unemployed. So the best way to stay employed is to sign a contract that basically says, now I'm employed by you. This is protection from being arrested and ultimately put back on your plantation working for free. Mind you, black people were prohibited from working in fields other than agriculture and anything in like a servitude type of industry. That can be like a housekeeper. It can anything where they're your servant. When it comes to quitting your job, they will be charged with fraud. Another black code was you can't hire a free black man unless he has his discharge papers from his last employer, along with a reference. We still use references to this day, and that's where it started. Slavery. Another black code would be riding the train without a ticket. Now, what's ironic about this is the train was free. The South didn't have like the architectural design that we have today, like all these freeways and sidewalks. Also, they're getting rid of sidewalks, but anyway, but they didn't have a lot of sidewalks. So the best way to get to and from one side of town to the other was the train. It was free. But if you were caught riding without a ticket, it would be considered stealing. Stealing what? I don't know. The thing about this as well is like ticket counters and ticket stations were known for refusing black customers.
So we heard that, right? All of those black codes directly out there, things that they used in order to specifically get black people back on the plantation. So slavery could have ended. You could be a free black man, all this other type of stuff. But guess what? Somehow, some way, they were going to like, well, you may be free, but you don't really have a job right now. So it's against the law for you to be in this country and walking around without, any type of job. So what we're going to need you to do is to find a job. Now, no normal white man out here is going to hire you to, work directly in their building or their business. So we're going to, ask you or need you to go right back to the plantation. Now, again, it's not the same as slavery, even though you just left that plantation. But, it is what it is. You're still not going to get paid. You're still going to be working there. And yeah, it's crazy work. And a lot of people want to sit up there and say that history is not important. and we don't need to teach a lot of this stuff. The reason why a lot of these things need to be taught, and the reason that I keep telling people about this, is due to the fact that whatever they use on us, they're going to use on everybody else. But in order for everybody else not to understand what's specifically taking place or happening, they're going to sit up there and hide it. And that's what you're actively looking at the government do. They're actively hiding a lot of this history, so that sooner or later they can decide to reuse this on the American public, because people are going to be ignorant of it. They've made people hate the truth and hate history so much that they would rather hear anything else, even if that means that they have to rewrite it and give them a lie directly to their face. People are like, yeah, we'll take it. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Sham said my dad witnessed one of those going down in, let me go back up, in South Carolina on one of the sugarcane plantation farms. He said they also did something else with the person as well, right? He said that they took fingers and toes, kept it as souvenirs, but they also cooked the rest, right? I'm trying to paraphrase this as I'm doing it. The guy had his life taken because he asked for his pay on the plantation and he and my dad worked at. Sorry, I wanted to share that because my dad is alive and well today, and they act like the people they did this to are far gone. No, the people they yo Sham. Okay, so this is what I want you to do. What I would need you to do is that, you know, I'm not sure emotionally how, you know, your dad might go directly through it. Hold on. You can go out. Had to sit up there and put my cat out, started acting stupid. But what I would tell you to do is to get whatever video recorder that you have, or just buy one or something, and have a you know, video or audio recording of your dad retelling a lot of these stories, a lot of the things that he knows, right? Because that's history right there. That's history that no black child is going to be able to read directly in a history book, because the United States government is not going to teach anything like that. And the craziest part is that a lot of these people, just like you said earlier, they're like, oh, well, you know, anybody who was a slave, they're not even around at this point in time, and neither were the owners, and da. So again, if your father's alive, that means that also the plantation owners from around the United States, somewhere, somehow, those people are also still alive as well too. But they want to sit up there and make it seem like, oh yeah, slavery, that was like 400 years. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. That's why I sat up and told some people before. It's like, realistically, if you want to talk about slavery ended a lot in some instances around the United States, that didn't end up until like the 70s down south. And there was like a documentary done about that. And that's the crazy part. The 70s is not that long ago. That is not that long ago. But again, they went, oh, slavery's 400 years. It wasn't 400 years ago. It was not 400 years ago. You got people that were born in the 1900s that were on plantations. Husbands and wives on plantations. And they still got documentation where they can tell you the exact story of the person that was there, all of this stuff. I think there was a video that I have of an elder that was explaining what it was that she did on a plantation. Like I said, it's crazy work out here, but you know, this is what they do. Sham said, wait, it wasn't Sham, what was it? Timothy says, I'm about to start an organization of armed security in the black community. I'm gonna call it Renegoon, and they walk with women close to schools. Yo, that's the funniest thing is I talked about something like that before. And it was from one of the videos that I covered where black dads went to a school where they're in their neighborhood where there were supposedly these problems and fights breaking out. And it was about probably like 7 dads that go through, you know, the school and make sure the kids, you know, get to and from and everything like that, right? And they were saying, like, before the implementation of those fathers, those black fathers going to that school, that it was fights every single day. And they said since the implementation of those black fathers coming through the hallways and everything, that pretty much the fights have ceased to exist. Like I said before, even if a child does not have a black father, that father, in a sense, will be, I guess you could say, like a surrogate or like a stepfather, in a sense, and that father will be respected. And that's the main thing. That's the one reason that I loved that that story that they did. I think it was like CBS or whatever it was. Like I said, that was a great story, and I was hoping that something like that will be implemented around the United States because there's a lot of great black men out there, and I feel that them doing that will be something awesome. It would be something great. It will show the presence of black men that love and that care about the kids, and in return those kids getting that love and the admiration and somebody that actually cares, they would give the love and the respect back, and then also that will change potentially what trajectory they might be on, because they're like, yo, even though that's not my dad, I've seen him more than my actual father for like the last 3 to 4 years, and it's like, I don't want to do this because I don't want to disappoint him. Right. So, like I said, that would be a very dope thing to start up. That's something that I wanted to happen in the black community, because I'm like, realistically, we don't need the police to manage and look over the people. They should be a last resort. Realistically, you should have, people in the community, looking after the community. Right. You'll have the men out there, on the corners or around the block, and presence will be known, and people know who they are. They know who the people are and everything like that, and situations can get fixed that way before law enforcement comes and things turn from dark to darker, right? What else we got? Let's see. James Leeson. Oh no, I got that book. I got it. I read, actually, what was it, about 2-3 weeks ago. Every now and again, I'll bring out the book and I'll read, a few things directly from it as a reminder whenever it is that we have trolls that decide to pop up when these subjects get brought up, because they always want to, try to say some stuff and yada 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 and whatnot or whatever. But yeah, every now and again, I happen to bring that up. But yeah, James Leon, that is a good book. Good book. Rabbit said these people are horrible. I don't want to hear anything about the opioid epidemic, and we as all Americans. That's a good one. That's a good one. D Money says slavery is still on the books here in Louisiana. Man. Ty said got a video. You say you sent it to Discord. You just gotta, since it is a file, so it should be easier for you. Okay, I got you. To organize policies for the community. Sham said also I have stories from what they did with black foster children back then. This is what I'm telling you. All of that information, what you got to do is record that. This is why I've set up there and try to tell like a lot of y'all that y'all got history, either within yourselves or from families or whatnot, whatever. The best way to catalog a lot of this stuff is by putting it on social media, so that no matter what happens, it's up there. I think, what was the last time I remember? A lot of stuff, like a lot of our videos on social media, they'll last for about, depending on the platform or whatnot or whatever. You got like a digital timeline of what, 240 or 280 years for like the content. So that's a long time. That's far beyond any of us. Right? Just imagine 200 or something years from now, and you posted a video about history or things going on now, and you got somebody 200 years from now sitting up there looking at what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why, a lot of stuff is very much important, and why people should, start trying to get stuff and push stuff directly out there, especially black people. Start putting a lot of this history and stuff directly out there, because you never know. You might have family out there that may never seen you before, never got a chance to meet you or get next to you, but they end up running across your video. And they happen to, see you for the first time and hear the history of the family and, and everything like that. Like I said, there's a lot of untold stories in the Black community that stay untold because never, posted them. We never, put them on a Facebook or a Twitter or an IG or whatever it is. So, that needs to happen. So let's go to the next video.
Back doesn't get easier.
No one's coming into my house, sir. Sir, what are you doing? What are you doing? Back up.
This is Frisco police forcing their way into the apartment Elvin Turner and his mom share.
Are y'all serious?
Yes. It just evokes anger all over again because I'm still trying to understand what we did wrong.
Police were in the wrong place. A 911 caller mistakenly thought she heard a woman in the Turner's unit yell, "Don't hit me."
Yeah, you're at the wrong apartment.
It was actually an apartment downstairs.
And I thought, they're going to kill my son right in front of me.
Our actions were out of concern for a victim.
Frisco Police Chief David Shilson says officers had the right to go in, but he wishes they did it differently.
Could have taken the time to say, hey, we cannot leave here until we go in and verify there's not a victim in that apartment.
He says the department cleared both officers after reviewing this incident and their files. Both received commendations for their work saving lives last year. But documents obtained by WFAA show in the past 5 years, the officer who forced his way into that apartment was cleared of 3 other excessive force complaints.
At what point does 4 complaints become a concerning trend? What's the number that makes it become a trend?
I wouldn't say there's a magic number. I mean, because like I said, we look at every single one of these complaints individually. Out of 11,000 calls for service, is pretty good.
Shilson says the department will add training and oversight when officers push their way inside.
Considering it a forced entry, it makes it, there's automatically reports that are done.
The Turners don't think that's enough.
I don't think I'd ever trust them.
They say this has changed how they feel about their home, the police, and themselves.
I have so much anger inside of me now. I have so much rage inside of me now because I'm still battling why was my word not good enough.
So you literally heard how it is that you got the family there. Lisa said, have you ever been on? No, I seen Dan Calloway before. I've seen him all over social media from IG. Mostly I've seen him more so on IG and IG, TikTok, and Twitter or X. I've pretty much seen him, like all over the place. Got, great content. Great content. Let me try to get. And the funniest thing is, Ty, the video that you sent, I saw that video passing by online, and I'm like, let me just make sure there ain't no music here, because I would actually have to mute that. Oh, that's bad. So before we get to that, but yeah, this further shows what it is that Black people have to go through in the United States when it deals with police. As we were clearly able to see, let me just go back and play that on solid, right? So the police, you see the hands, right? So the brother is standing behind the door because he's like, okay, I'm standing right here. You can talk to me. We can see each other. There's no reason for you to come directly in here. The hands on the door, the white hands on the door, you can clearly see that they're pushing their way directly in, right? So then he further pushes his way in and he automatically has the taser just pointed, right? And again, they don't know, they're at the wrong apartment. And this is the main thing that I always talk about with police, how it is that they can be 100% in the wrong, but then they got their chief or whoever it is or representative that'll come on and be like, you know what, we looked over this. They did a good job. They didn't, they didn't do anything wrong. It was the wrong information, but as law enforcement, they still acted admirably. They still acted within, what it was that they were supposed to do. Nobody was hurt or harmed, and yeah, that's it. That's crazy. That's some crazy work. Like I said before, I'm just waiting for all of this to go haywire, and for a lot of these cops to just start acting the way that they normally act, but they're doing it to everybody else now. I'm waiting for that to happen, and when it happens, I kid you not, I'm laughing. I don't care how that sounds, I am laughing. Because I'm like, y'all never wanted to listen. We showed y'all what it was historically, and here we are right now at this moment in time. Ha ha. Aha. That's exactly what I'm going to sit up and do. I don't care how childish. I don't care how evil. It is what it is. Because like I said, everybody else not going to understand up until they're meant to lose. Up until they get whatever it is that they have that they hold dear is taken away from them. Whichever way it happens. So like I said, I'm waiting on that to happen. I'm just going to be sitting up there just laughing. Gonna be a lot of true Americans. Oh my God, this isn't funny. I just sit up there and lost my son. Aha. Yeah, I'm sitting up there laughing. The same way that y'all was sitting up there laughing during slavery and all this. Yeah, I'm laughing too. No problem. What's good for the what was it? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yeah. We're gonna be sitting up here laughing. I don't even drink wine, but I'm gonna sit up there and have me a wine glass sitting up there clinging that every single time I see something. That's some crazy work. That is 100% crazy. But yeah, they forced their entry directly in there. I've covered videos before where forced entry has gone very much wrong, where they have done I forgot what it was called, but it was like the unannounced knocks or whatever it was, unannounced raids, and people have lost their lives. And I've covered this taking place with every single community. I've covered white people, black people. I've covered Asians, Native Americans, whoever it is that's in the United States. I have covered that taking place and happening. But primarily what ends up happening is that people will show up on the black side of things of these no-knock raids, and they want to start laughing and kikiing. Like I said, no problem. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. So like I said, the moment of time where this starts really ramping up and it's happening to true Americans, don't be too shocked that you see me start running those videos. And if I'm running those videos, that is me behind the scenes saying that I told you so. Aha. Aha. Yeah. Like I said, it's a whole thing out here where people always want to tell black people, oh, you need to turn the other cheek. You shouldn't act the same as other type of no. It makes no sense to tell black people to act better than everybody else. But yet, quote unquote, everybody else is supposed to be better than us. Nah. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Not at all. Not at all. So next, we are going to go to the other video. Who was that? Cardero? You said play the video. I played the video. You better watch yourself real quick. Let me just let you got one time. You got one time. This is a live stream, bro. Let me just let you know real quick. You do not run nothing here. Just letting you know. If you don't like how things are going during a live stream, you can clearly click out real quick and block this channel. Let me just let you know. So let's go to the next video directly from the great Ty from Ty Money. Put that directly up here. Gotta scroll through. Is it up? Yeah, it's right there.
Tell you what, he's a little scumbag. Okay. Just like you. Okay. I don't care. You can tell your fathers.
Yeah, these white kids are crazy.
They have video of him driving.
Okay.
Watch.
Okay.
Watch. You fucking bitch. That's what you are. A little bitch. Where's Daddy in Oklahoma? Where is he? Your father Jake wants nothing to do with your stupid ass. You fucking psychopath. I'm stupid? Look at yourself. Nobody wants you. Your own mother sent you to a hospital. Don't you realize that? I didn't want any kids. And I told your bloody mother that 8 years ago. I saw how she acted with you. That's why, you fucking ass. Daddy damns going to jail because I videoed him driving. Remember the alcoholic who drove with you to the fucking car? You dumb.
That's tough. You know, the funny part is, everybody always want to talk about black people and parenting. White people, where y'all at? Where y'all at? John was up here telling the truth. White was just sitting up there with his ex-wife, whatever it was. She was just sitting up there filming. And he was like, yo, I told your mom 8 years ago I didn't even want kids, but yet you're here. Ooh. No, and like I said, notice how, you know, like white people don't be pulling up to the scene to talk about this. They don't never had nothing to say. But they'll make sure to sit up there, oh, but Chicago, Detroit, California. Right. They always want to bust a blood vessel trying to, you know, list some type of black city they never went to ever in their life. They only saw it on the news or newspaper, whatnot, or whatever. But they never want to talk about the conversations that they be having in their own household. Like white people make it try to seem like the whole thing about their family is so perfect. Everybody gets along. Everybody loves each other. And it's like, nah, a lot of these engagements, these family reunions and holidays be going terrible. A lot of y'all hate each other. But then, you know, y'all know that y'all already just freshly went through a divorce, and then y'all want to pull up with your brand new person while the divorce person is directly at the, you know, party or whatever. Crazy work. It's some crazy work. This was beautiful. Shout out to John. Like you said before, I ain't want no kids. But your mom decided that she wanted kids. And this goes to another aspect of when I sat up there and told a lot of guys out here, you don't have no control. Those kids are not yours. If a woman determines, you as a guy can sit up there and say, I don't want kids. That woman is like, I'm having kids. And there's nothing you can do about it. And she can do it. So like I said, a lot of people want to sit up and say it takes two to, you know, create kids and whatnot. But really, only one person has the decision on everything. And it's not the man. Just to be real. It's not the guy. Like I said, Stephen just told us that. He was like, I told your nutty mother I didn't want kids 8 years ago. Oh, man, this is going to be classic. What girl say? She was like, play it again. Oh, want me to play it again? No problem. I can do that.
You can record me all you want. He's a little scumbag. Okay. Just like you. Okay. I don't care. You can tell your father's going to go to jail too. Okay. Because I have video of him driving. Okay. Watch. Okay. Watch. You fucking bitch. That's what you are. A little bitch. Where's Daddy in Oklahoma? Where is he? Your father Jake lost nothing to do with your stupid ass. You fucking psychopath.
Oh, that's not even his son.
I'm stupid? Look at yourself. Nobody wants you. Your own mother sent you to a hospital. Don't you realize that? I didn't want any kids. And I told your nutty mother that 8 years ago. Because I saw how she acted with you. That's why, you fucking ass. Daddy Dan's going to jail because I videoed him driving. Remember the alcoholic who drove with you to the fucking car? You dumb.
Dang. So his father is Jake, and his father's not even a part of his life. And the dude was like, I told your mom 8 years ago I didn't even want kids because I watched how she was with you. Yo, the crazy part is, I feel like the video got worse when I watched it a second time. Because you actually take in everything that is being stated. Wow. I said I kept laughing because a little boy kept hitting him and the bomb just sat there. Yeah, that's how white kids are. That's how, and that's the other thing that white people don't want to talk about. They don't want to talk about how unruly a lot of their kids are. They act just like this. They'll just start, you know, doing whatever it is that they want to do. It was like that one video from 3 or 4 years ago that I brought up where it was like this white dude, he just got a flat screen TV and his unruly son took a hammer and put it directly through the flat screen TV. I'm like, oh, bro. I'm like, yo, you would have been in a casket. You would have got some color slapped on you that day. What? This, oh man, man. Oh, Ty said none of those are his kids. Ooh, that's crazy. Oh, he a stepdad. It's diabolical. It's tough. That's tough. He gotta. He might want to start looking at divorce. I don't know if he if they might be married or not, but he might want to. Ooh boy, that is not. Ooh, you better leave her as a single parent real quick. Oh my goodness. Sham said, "See how he looked back at the mom for confirmation that started hitting that man. She didn't want them kids. They just, yeah. She ain't no mother at all. Yeah, she is not no mother at all." Gail said his own kind of turned him up. Yeah. Robert said that little boy getting his hits in. Yeah, that is terrible, man. Ty said I probably would have shoved little man because you ain't about to keep. Yeah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Whoever your father is can sit up there and come see me. You want to get the same shove too? I'm like, we're not doing this. You're not about to be like, swinging a broom directly. We are not doing that. We're not doing that. Robert said he's still. I mean, I don't know. God said, "Hey everyone, hope everyone is being blessed." Stopped in to drop a like for you. Shout out to the moderators. Thank you for what you all do. Kids acting that way are a reflection of the parents. That's facts. That's facts. Much appreciation for hitting that like button too. And that is 100% facts. And because the mother is just sitting there filming widescreen and she is just not caring. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, I don't know what type of mother that is, but those kids, I feel like they're going to be rappers when they. There's no other way I can sit there and say it. I feel like they're probably going to be rappers or something. And, they're going to be trying to, pull a Chet Hanks out here, thinking that they're the hardest ones out here in the street. Lisa said, in a daggone casket. Yeah. Yep. Ty said, hit him with that. Mink. Sam said, white homes started breaking down completely when they stopped hiring black women to raise their kids. They have never been good at raising. Yeah, that was another thing too, which they don't like to teach in history, is that for a lot of the white kids directly out here, there were black women that actually raised them. Those were technically the actual mothers of the house for all intents and purposes. Might not have gave birth to those kids, but those kids respected, valued, and loved the black woman of that house more than their own mother. Crazy work. Timothy said, at least that little boy got heart. He gonna need another one if you keep hitting me with that broom. Lisa said you a mess. Hey, it'd be like that. Num said what happened. Basically, whoever this dude is that is in a relationship with the woman recording, none of those kids are his, from what Ty told me. And you got the little kid here that wants to, keep doing think it's WrestleMania, and he's about to, hit somebody with a kendo stick, directly on the side of the leg, and then the kid is, always looking back at confirmation from the mom and just acting like completely stupid. He's worse than like Dennis the Menace. It's ridiculous, and he was just pretty much telling the older son directly off, who was not his, that his own dad don't even want him. He basically abandoned you. Don't nobody want you, right? And because I think he said like the mom originally had left the kid at a hospital or something, some crazy stuff. I'm like, why are you even still procreating? I'm like, why do you even still have any eggs there if this is how you pretty much treat kids? I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Nobody said, men, if you have children and they act like them, please don't try and holler at me. That is hilarious. Gail said a 6/7-year-old is his. Okay. Sham said, no, there is a next generation of Ted Bundys. Tim said, videos like this makes you want to invest in efforts for retirement. That's crazy. Gail said it just shows the quality of the broom. Broom probably costs about 30. Yeah, it probably does. So I said, no, the mom put him in the hospital. Ah, okay. Dang, that's diabolical. God said 99% of the time the black woman treated and disciplined the kids better than the biological mom. Yeah. And the funniest thing about that is we would never know anything. This is something that they did not teach in history. They didn't talk about or teach none of that. They tried to make it seem like the white women were really out here breastfeeding and raising the kids. They weren't. A lot of white women probably weren't even really able to produce milk. Black women were, because they had kids or they were having kids, right? So that was already there. So with that being a given, you would also have those newborn kids, right? The white mother probably going through PTSD or whatever it is, and being away from the kids and the husband and doing whatever. And so the black woman of the house is sitting up there breastfeeding the child, right? Getting that bonding and everything like that. So they're dressing the kid, bathing the kid. So they're formulating that bond. So the moment of time that the white woman comes back to the home and she might have her head on straight, it's already too late, because the kid is like, yo, this is my mom. This is the one who been teaching me how to talk, ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. This is the one who's been bathing me, clothing me, all of this, and feeding me and cooking for me. Like, who are you? I'm like, realistically, you probably the maid. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's some real crazy work out there, but it be like that. Reality said, why would that be something that they teach? Because America is supposedly supposed to be about honesty and all of that, yada yada yada. But again, we know that to be fakery, right? We know how it is that they really move and all of those things, right? Sham said the only reason they stopped hiring black women to raise their children was because they had to start paying fair wages, because even poor white moms had black nannies. Crazy work. Now, the next one I want to go to is something very specific, right? And this one is actually a little bit crazy. It's going to be like a snippet. I don't have the full-on story, but I'm going to play the video associated with it, right? So the first video is Timothy said Invincible season 3 is getting too real. Oh yeah. It's going to get even more realer. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's going to get even more realer real soon. But let me go to this next video real quick. And I found this to be funny that this girl wanted to be crying online like she's a victim. So let's look at
by
that.
myself. Nobody's gonna believe me, because I can admit from the video it does look purposeful, but I know my intentions and I would never hit somebody on purpose.
I know my intentions. I know I would never hit somebody on purpose, but I'm gonna come up on here and start crying, have on some lip gloss, some eyelashes, some makeup, and my hair pressed down to look all nice, and I'm gonna give you these fake tears so that you believe me, right? So basically what ended up taking place and happening is that there was, and I ran track before, so I can talk from experience, and I did the baton race. Batons are actually pretty fun. I did the baton race, the baton pass. Never at a moment of time did I ever strike somebody in the back of their head, like club them like a baby seal to get them directly out the way. Never at any point in time, even by a mistake, has that ever happened. So I can tell you that this was 1,000% deliberate, right? And we're about to go directly to that clip, which is right here. Back ahead. Look at that. Nobody runs like that. I just want everybody to understand, as somebody who ran track, nobody runs like that. Nobody's doing windmills when running track. Either if you're holding something, nobody maybe if you're at the end, like you're sprinting and you're at the end, right? Maybe you'll do that. She wasn't at the end of nothing. She decided to full on, saw the girl passing her, looked to the side. As soon as the girl got like almost like a foot or two in front of her, bow, just sat up there and clapped her. I'm telling you, she clubbed her like a baby seal. That girl went down like the Titanic. And then she got the nerve to sit up there and start running crocodile tears to act like that wasn't on purpose. Ma'am, go to jail. Don't pass go. Go straight to jail. Matter of fact, whoever your mom is, send her to jail too. Y'all can be cellmates. Clink, clink. Y'all can be right up in there with the same jewelry. Lock them up. Lock them up. Lock them right on up. And this goes back to what it is that I talked about before, where you got these young girls out here and how it is that they treat other women or other girls, and nobody wants to talk about it. She literally in front of hundreds, if not thousands of, this is what she decided to do. This is how she decided to act. I don't know if she was mad because somebody was faster than her or whatever. This is not what you do. And if she does this, and this is filmed, just imagine what she would do in private. And if this is her personality and how it is that she acts and how it is that she wants to sit up here and lie, let me go back to that.
Nobody's gonna believe me.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I ain't never seen. That's a trail of tears right there. I have never seen a solidified tear. Like, did they, like, how does that work? Like, like I said, I don't know what diet that you have to be on where a tear is just sitting there like that and it's just glossed. Like that's better than any like type of Hollywood effects I've ever seen in my life. That's some crazy work. That is crazy.
Because I can admit,
like, how do you have a tear like that?
It does look purposeful, but I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose.
I would never hit somebody on purpose. I didn't mean to. Right? That goes back to the whole thing of what people like to say, believe all women. Yeah, all right. See, and this goes back to the other thing of see how it is that at a young age that she could sit up there and lie in front of everybody and say that wasn't purposeful or whatnot or whatever. And she got those waterworks. Yeah, this is now just imagine if in the same instance you see her crying on TV and she's talking about some guy that she met that she slept with. She decided to sleep with, but she regrets it. And now she's talking about, oh, I can't believe he did this to me. It must have been something in my drinking. He was forceful. He did this. The exact same thing. She up here lying. Crazy work. Like I said, throw her and her mom in jail to not be seen ever again. Like I said, don't nobody got no time for no liars to be up out here. That's crazy work. That's dangerous. Because if she's willing, and I just want to put this to another aspect, if she already caused harm to another young black girl or black woman that looks just like her. So if she's willing to get on TV and lie for any woman out here, for any black woman out here that has a son, what do you think that she would sit up there and do if that ends up being your son? What type of waterworks? What type of lie do you think that she's going to spin together so that she can be the true victim? Matter of fact, I got you. Let me give you another video because some of you guys might not have heard or seen this video, and I want to give a shout out to the young brother who decided to do this video and bring awareness to this situation about this track star here. So I want everybody to pay attention.
And the actions of pro sprinter Tia Jones are disgusting, and she needs to be in jail. But I made a tweet about her recently because she got Xavier Worthy, my twin brother, sent to jail for some shit that he didn't even do. And then she tried to extort bro and ruin his career. He had a $16 million contract. She tried to get that taken away because she got caught cheating. So I made a tweet. I said, old girl cheated on Worthy, was caught on camera, assaulted bro, attempted to extort bro, lied to the cops to ruin his career and his $13 million contract. When the news dropped, everybody was celebrating his potential demise. And now it turns out he didn't do anything and she did everything. Send that filthy thought to jail. And just like she was trying to ruin his career, Adidas running pulled the plug on that night crawler. These gotta start taking some accountability for their actions. You can and ruin their career, but luckily you were caught on camera, and that's the only reason he free. if it wasn't for camera and technology, he would probably be sitting in jail and everybody be clapping and cheering. But like this, get to do whatever and then walk free with no consequences once it's all over with, because he ain't gonna press charges. He already said he wasn't pressing charges on the whole. But when it doing like this, you gotta be real stiff on the. This is unacceptable. And the fact that if there was no cameras, his whole contract and shit would have been gone. They need to take her fucking contract and send her to jail and send her back to the streets and have her on OnlyFans for some money.
I agree with him 100. Hey, there is not one part in there where that young man was wrong or where there was a lie or a fabrication. For the most part, that woman right there decided, track star, right? Decided that she wanted to tell a false tale, a false net, and she's black. She's black. I try to tell people this before. She's black. And she decided to do that to a young black man to try to derail his career, to try to end everything, to have him sit, an innocent man, sit directly in jail and or prison for God knows how long, while she'll just be sitting up there living it up. And she did all of this because she was the one that actually got caught cheating. So because she was embarrassed, because all of this came out, now she want to try to throw some accusations. She want to, like I said, this is why the whole narrative of believe all women is BS. This is why I would never stand with it. I would never sit up there and stand by it, because you have far too many women out here that will decide to lie on a man, to destroy his name and his reputation. And you know the funny part, like I said before, at no point in time would the public come out and try to slam her for the lies that she gave. But you know what happened to the young black athlete, right? You had women all over. Oh yeah, this is what we talk about with these black men. This and da. Throw them in jail, throw them in prison, all this other type of stuff, and all for it to be a lie. Do you think that any of those women who agreed that he should be jailed and worse or whatnot, over, do you think that they're going to come out and sit up there and give an apology to this young man? Nope. Do you think that they care that she lied? Nope. They all disappear into the ethos. They act like this did not even happen. And then when it deals with her, they're still going to come idly by and support her. They're still going to love her. You go, girl. All the other type of stuff and rah. It's crazy work. Diabolical. And I've covered this for so many years, and I've tried to tell a lot of women that y'all need to get other women in check. Because the moment in time that stories start coming up where things happen, men don't believe them. Because trust me, I do social media all day long, and I hear about a lot of stories. It used to be a point earlier on when I did this, I was like, man, this is tough. Mentally, I was like, you know what? Whenever, women, talk about these things, I'm like, yeah, I'm directly on their side. Like I said, I'm honest. I try to be as transparent as possible, right? And I can easily sit up there and say that was an ignorant line of thinking. Because the moment in time that you decide to just fully believe somebody without doing any type of research, that's when a lot of mess ups can happen. Right. And that's when over time I started to see an abundance of women just sitting up there lying on men, talking about this happened and this happened and this happened, when realistically that never happened. Or realistically, they were the ones, right, that were actually committing the crimes that they're talking about. Crazy work. Crazy work. Like I said, you can't trust nobody out here. And I don't know what it is with guys and not wanting to sue these girls or whatnot. Bro, throw them in prison. Like I said, I'm tired of this. The same mentality that she got, she's going to teach that to her daughter. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's not even a maybe. The exact same woman she is, that's how she's going to raise her daughter. If she is a liar, she's going to raise her daughter to be a liar. If she's into the fact of trying to blame men for something that didn't happen, she's going to raise her daughter to do that when it is that she can't get the things that she wants out of life. That's it. It's that simple. But like I said before, guess what? Shout out to the women that's still going to support her. Shout out to, I guess, Nike for, still supporting a female liar like this that gave out false accusations on a black man. Shout out to them. Like I said, and this further proves that black men out here don't have no protections. that black men out here are getting attacked from every single angle possible. Like I said, I cannot, for the life of me, in no multiverse, can I sit up there and come out and basically state that, this black woman accosted me and da. Ain't nobody going to sit up there and take that serious. The police is going to sit up there and laugh. Social media is going to sit up there and laugh. Ain't nobody going to care. But let a random woman I ain't never seen, she could be from Maine somewhere, and she'll look at my picture. Oh, I remember him from 8 years ago when he did this, he did that. Magically, I'm plastered all over social media. People are believing these stories, believing these narratives. The woman is going all over CNN and all these other types of stuff, and people are sitting up, oh, he needs to be burned at the stake. He needs to be in prison. He needs to be in jail. Like I said, but people talk about that they want equality and everything out here. There is nothing equal about nothing. There is nothing equal about nothing, because how that young black man got treated, how this young black man got treated, you would never see her get treated that way. If a black man came out and levied the same exact allegations, you would never see her name get dragged through the mud. You would never see none of it. You would never see none of these women out here talking, oh yeah, she needs to, it's this, that, and no. You would never see, oh well, I have a son, and you're not going to see that. But like I said, it is what it is. A lot of women out here have sons, and whether or not that you know it, it's your son is on borrowed time. Sooner or later, one of these women directly out here is going to come directly out here and levy some type of accusation against your son, hemming him up. And even your words are not going to be enough to sit up there and save him from jail or prison. But like I said, some people got to lose their sons out here in order to actually understand what's going on, to understand the severity, to understand that things need to actually get fixed. It's crazy work. It's crazy. Lisa said, need to get to know folks first before getting tangled up with them. Not all melanated women or girls are the same. Please believe that. It's all about how they're raised. No. You're right. You are right. But I will sit up there and say, from experience, Miss Robinson, from personal experience, I had somebody sit up there and lie on me before, right? And had to sit up there and go through a variety of things, dealing with the courts to sit up there and get those things directly out there, right? And it wasn't even to the extent of what this young man had to sit up there and go through. It was nowhere, he said, nowhere close to what it is that he had to sit up there and go through. But again, I had somebody, a woman of my community, sit up there and lie, right? So I get what you're saying, that it's not all, of course, right? But again, it's more than enough, right? It's stuff that should not happen at all, and again, this took place. I got a mom, right? She taught me about the good, the bad, and the ugly. When it details about, women and the girls directly out here. But even still with that knowledge, right? Even still having that teaching, that still was not enough to, in a sense, save me from that experience. So, I put it to the extent of, like Batman, type of deal, where he's a great detective, right? The greatest detective in the world, right? He knows hundreds of martial arts. But even with all of that foresight, even with all of that understanding and that training, Batman has still gotten beat. He still ended up in situations where he just wasn't prepared, or where his preparation was still not enough, right? So, like I said, it's tough. And, and this is one of the main reasons why I really hammer on issues like this, because I'm like, stuff like this just should not happen, right? Because in my mind, right, dealing with history and everything, in my mind, I'm like, yo, this nothing like this should be happening when it deals with like black women and black girls. It should not even be in this universe, right? But for whatever reason, it is. And I'm like, that makes no sense. So not only, do the young black boys and black men have to deal with women of other nationalities lying directly on them, on top of the history as well, but you also got to be very wary of the young girls or the women that are directly out here that are amongst you in your own community, because they can emotionally feel a certain type of way because maybe y'all are out, she likes you, you don't like her, but you don't know anything that's going on in her mind. So she feels slighted because you're giving girl A and B attention and you're not giving her, any attention. So now she wants to try to set you up. And I've done stories before where young black guys who ended up meeting somebody online, ended up bringing the girl directly over to their house, and she had that guy backdoored. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like the stories out here is crazy. It is 100% crazy. Ms. Robinson said, I have 2 sons and they know how to treat you. Trust me. My mom raised me on how to, treat women and everything. That it still means nothing. Let me tell you, for Miss Robinson, I grew up single parent household, right? My mom was, the main person that raised me. Of course, I got my aunts and my grandmother and, uncles and stuff like that, right? Because my mom raised me a certain type of way, she taught me like, yo, no matter what happens, you never put hands on a girl, never put hands on a woman. You don't do anything like that, right? Well, what happened is that when the young girls in the neighborhood realized that's how I was taught, right? And then they would be like, oh, well, if you do anything, I'm gonna go tell your mom, da da da. Right? This is how smart girls are, and I'm telling you, this is at like a young age. I'm talking about single digits. They started sitting up there, hitting on me, swinging, and doing all of this stuff, right? But remember, as a young black boy, I was raised, no matter what, you do not put your hands on a girl because that is a girl at the end of the day. You're stronger than her, all this other type of stuff. So they took advantage of that. Took advantage, full-hearted, 100% took advantage of that. So when I would sit up there and go home and tell my mom what set up there happened, she started getting fed up with it. She was like, you know what? I know what I taught you. You got to start doing it different. And I remember sitting up to tell her, like, but mom, you told me, like, no matter what, you told me not to sit up there and hit them. And she was like, she's like, hey, I know what I set up there and told you. But it comes to a point in time where people have to understand that they need to keep their hands directly to themselves, be it a boy or a girl. So you have my permission that if any moment of time they start doing this, you can sit up there and hit them back. Right? And my mom sat up there and told that. She either told me to tell like the mothers that or whatnot, or whatever, but somehow, some way, once that news got directly out there, I promise you from that day on, they stopped doing that. So again, this is coming from, I try to be as transparent as possible. This is coming from a single parent household and, being, raised, by the people in my family that were, directly there. These young girls are smarter than what everybody gives them credit for. If they know certain things, they will sit up there and leverage those certain things. So just by going by the 2 stories that I set up there and gave you, right, where you got the other girl that was running track, and she decided to just like swing the baton and crack the girl in the back of the head like a baby seal, right? Sending her almost to the heavens. And then you got this one right here, who is another track star, and she decided to sit up there and levy false allegations on a black man. Like I said, this is the world that we live directly in. It's crazy work out here. Crazy work. Miss Robinson said, I'm sorry you had to, go through that. Yeah, it like I said, it's tough. But this is why I tend to, again, hammer home on a lot of these stories, even though a lot of people don't like it because they feel that I'm selectively just, picking on, black girls or black women. It's like, no, it's not that. I have, in a sense, living experience of dealing with the negative consequences of which were 100% undeserving. And I'm like, nah, that's not, it's not right. This needs to be highlighted. Like, this should not be pushed under the rug or forgotten about or overlooked. This needs to be highlighted so that it can stop. Because just because, in a sense, those situations got cleared for me and I'm all, fine and well, that doesn't mean that that's going to be the same situation for somebody else's son. Right? What if like this girl that you see in front of you, what if those allegations that she levied against that young black man, what if one of her goon-ish, type of male family members heard about the allegations? And you know how they get, they be like, I don't care what no woman in my family say, I'm going to automatically sit up there and believe. They're not going to ask questions. When it deals with allegations like this, men in the family ain't about to sit up there and ask questions. They're not going to go on no what if, they're not going to pontificate about any of that stuff. It's gonna be like, all right, it's on site with that dude. It's like as soon as I see him, spraying him up. That's it. That's it. And then next thing you know, guess what? It finds out that she lied. Do you think that those goons are going to sit up there and be like, I'm sorry, I didn't. No, they're going to still stand up and be like, well, it is what it is. Like I said, it's dangerous work out here. Dangerous work out here, and people do not understand it. Like I said, I got me a few stories dealing with some, some crazy stuff, but it is what it is. Miss Robinson said I had a lunatic daughter-in-law. I understand. That's right. We did teach that, but I changed my mind. Whoop that tail. Yeah. And you'll have and when I would also talk about these things, I would have dudes in my comment section who would be trying to, just be the ultra alpha, whatnot, or whatever. It's like, man, you sit up here crying about some stuff, man. No matter what happens, you don't sit up there and put hands on them. I'm like, no problem. I'm like, all right, I got you, bro. Great. No matter what happens. So when one of these crazy ass girls decides that she want to get a car, right, and she want to run your son over, right, just remember that. Don't defend yourself. Let her hit you with that car. Sit right there next to the building and let her hit you directly with that car. And I want you to go to your son who is dying on the side of the road and ask him, yo, I understand that you die right now, but let me know. Did you throw hands direct? Did you put hands on that woman? Because remember how I raised you. I want you to keep that same energy. I want you to keep that same dumb energy. I want you to keep that same energy while you're at the grave site. I want you to make sure you put on your son's grave, like, no matter how that woman abused him, no matter how she knifed him up and shot him up, he never laid hands on her. I want you to make sure. Let the world know that he never defended himself, no matter what weapon was formed against him and how prosperous that weapon was at taking his life. I want you to make sure to put that on that tombstone. Like I said, the stuff that people be saying is stupid. It's completely asinine. But this is, again, the society that we live directly in. Like, I didn't showcase too many videos up here where women have decided that they wanted to be emotional and they just want to start doing whatever. They want to start using knives and all this other type of stuff. And then the moment in time that the dude is getting attacked, you always got this one chump in the background. Hey, bro, don't sit up there and do that. That's a woman. That's a female. What? Dude, do you not see the weapon in her hand? Do you like, what are we doing right now? It's like you see that this is a woman attacking a man, but you, instead of intervening and trying to like separate the two, be like, hey, bro, that's a woman, that's a female. Oh my God. Like this, like I said, this is why I can't deal with the society that we got right now, because it's some crazy work. This is crazy work out here. Like, no matter, I kid you, I swear to you, no matter what happens, you will have men out here sit up there and tell you, you better not ever hit a woman, no matter what she does. Crazy work. So she could come at you with a bat, she could come at you with like a knife, a grenade, whatever it is. You better not defend yourself. Crazy work. And like I said, because you have this type of stuff directly out here, you'll have these girls and these women taking advantage of all of that and doing whatever it is that they want to do. So this is why you got stories online. If you go to Reddit or wherever else, you got dudes. Matter of fact, I had a video directly. They made it 18 plus though, right? But I have a video on one of the channels where it showcases the fact that it's a white guy, and he goes through DV with the woman that he's with. And you can look at the dude and tell that he is not a fighter. He's not going to, defend himself or put hands. Like, the dude was sitting up there in a lot of the instances of the video. He was sitting up there crying. He was hollering. I'm like, yo, I felt sad. Like, I realistically didn't even want to put that directly up, but it needed to be put up. Because people got to understand that you have a lot of women out here that are just as bad, if not worse than men. Because they know that they can get away with it. But like I said, nobody cares if DV actually happens to men. Nobody cares. Men don't care. Women don't care. The police don't care. The government don't care. God doesn't care. Like I said, if you are a man and you're going through DV in a situation with a woman, you have no help. There is no God out there for you. There is no support system out there for you. It just is what it is. Now, on the other side, when it deals with women, the whole world is there. whatever gods and deities, they are shining a light. They are giving all types of blessings and whatnot or whatever. You got the GoFundMes, you got the police, you got the FBI, the CIA, you got these shelters, you got the church. Everybody is there because people are like, we realize that this is a bad situation. If you're a guy, it's like, you're strong enough. You're a man. You can handle that. It's good. Like I said, when it starts happening to these young boys directly out here, people will maybe wake up and realize, right? Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Tammy said she attacked him and they were trying to have him charged. Yeah. Yep. Ty says, Seji, I thought you knew defending yourself is weak. You sound like this black man right now. Women want a man who will let them do whatever. They want a man who will die from their DV so they can cry and repeat it. Oh man, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Tim said black men don't exist until someone needs a scapegoat. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. That's facts. Let me go back. I think I skipped some. Let's see. Defending yourself is never wrong. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There is. Wait, black men doing it. Oh yeah, I read that one. Okay, I think I have another video. Yes. I do have another video here. See if I can actually get rid of some of the other ones directly up here. This one is going to deal with a topic that we talked about before. It deals with Dr. Umar, but it's a little bit different. Like I said, I find these things a little bit weird when I start seeing random people come out the blue and they want to start, I guess you could say, give their 2 cents on the situation. Let me see. Where did she go? Let me see. That's not her. Because I'm like, this is some crazy work out here. I'm like, where are all of these people just coming from out the blue to just start talking? Because the one woman I'm trying to show you, so I'm gonna talk about it just a little bit. So the woman I'm going to showcase to you, she's gonna. Okay, I found it. Let me make sure. Okay, here we go. So this is off of the heels. So just to clarify, right before we get into it, this is off the heels of the whole situation with Dr. Umar and his daughter, or the alleged daughter, and what it is that the daughter was specifically saying. What did Gail say? Said you don't break up with me just because we don't agree about. Gail is silly. Oh my goodness. I love y'all. Yeah, you guys are hilarious. But so this woman is going to, now I want you to understand, right? Before I'm gonna give a little bit of a backstory, right? So she's gonna tell you how she, met Umar 3 years ago, whatnot or whatever. So this is one of those pictures, right? Notice how it looks, real relationship-y like or whatnot or whatever, right? I want you to understand because I want y'all to pay attention to the words that she uses as she's explaining. This is a woman that is in a relationship. Let me repeat that one more time. This is a woman that is in a relationship. So I'm a little bit concerned and confused on why it is that you would be so close, knowing the fact that you got a guy at home, right? Why would you be, in a sense, going out on a lunch or a dinner and talking about, like, let me just let y'all hear this because it's going to sound crazy.
Years. I met him when I was 24 years old, and this is a recent picture. We just met in June of last year, and we did discuss his children along with a few other things. We met up at Brandywine Diner on Concord Pike last year, and because he wanted to take me out to lunch, and I kind of wanted to talk about like just have a conversation with him regarding like black content creators on TikTok and social media. So while we're talking, we talk about religion, we talk about racism in America, we talk about secret societies, because that was really my peak of interest. So we first started off by talking about why he was in Wilmington again. He's always going to his school in Wilmington, Delaware, because number one, he's being audited by the IRS a lot. When I first met him in 2022, he literally told me he was there because his accountant was caught stealing funds from the school. They were receiving donations for the school, and he was saying that his accountant was stealing money. So he had to fire that accountant, and the IRS was asking for proof, like where the money went. So he started commuting from Philadelphia to Wilmington, Delaware frequently, just so he could be at the school in case anybody shows up and asks why the school's not done, or where the kids are at, or what's going on. So when I met up with him last year, he was just coming back from the school when we had lunch. I guess the IRS is still asking him about the school because it's not done. Like, he's receiving money, donations, but there's no progress with the school. If you were to go up right now to the school, like, there's wooded boards on the doors, on the windows, there's weeds, graffiti on some of the buildings. Like, it's not in proper condition. There's no AC, there's no heating, there's nothing. Like, it's not, the school's not ready. When we were talking at the table, I started asking him a lot of private questions, like, were you married? Do you have any kids? He was telling me, yes, I have 2 daughters. One of them is a teenager, and the other one is maybe 7 years old at the time. So the child is probably 9 years old.
Hold on, let me just pause right there. So this is my thing. So if this woman is in a relationship, she has somebody, right? Because she's going to get to that part, right? Why would you be on a lunch with a guy that is single and you're asking very personal questions as if you're trying to see where is this about to go? Because I would assume, like, if this was just like a family, like a friendly, just like thing, you wouldn't expect somebody to ask personal questions, right? If you're asking personal questions, that means that you are in a sense trying to, see something. You're trying to gauge something, as in like relationship wise. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just, but let's continue.
So he was saying to me that the mother of those girls, or the mother of, I don't know if it's 2 separate women or just one woman, the woman or the women are taking him to court for child support because he's not an active dad. He's not in their life, and he told me that as well. He doesn't visit them as much as he should. However, he visits his mom a lot, and she's in Philly. So I just was confused. I was like, how are you talking about being a pillar and how black men are so needed in families today, but you're not even an active dad? He was not an active father. He said it. He confirmed it. I can back this young lady up. He did say that he was not going to be there. And on top of that, he was saying that he would like to, in the future, every 2 weeks out of the month, go to Ghana. He practices Ifa, which is African spirituality. And we were talking about that for a while because I'm kind of versed in it as well. And so when we were talking, I was asking him, I was like, so you never got married? He said, oh, no, I never got married to any of those women. But he dated a lot. And I could tell that he was a playboy because he was very, very flirtatious. Very. And also I noticed, too, his personality is much different in person than it is online. I'm not sure if it's because I'm a woman or something like that, but he's not as animated. He seems more hyped up when he's like on a podcast or online, really engaging. He was not as engaging in person. And I felt like that was interesting. I was having to ask him questions. He didn't really ask me questions. It's almost like we had lunch just for me to ask him questions. And I didn't really like that because it was supposed to be a back and forth discussion. And so we were talking about a variety of topics. He is extremely flirtatious. And that was the last time I met up with him, and probably the last time, because it was very aggressive because I'm in a relationship. And when I had met up with him last year, I told my partner, like, I'm going to go have lunch with Dr. Umar. He was like, what the fuck? So he was like, yeah, go have lunch and come back and let me know how it goes. But y'all, before I go back to seeing my boyfriend, on my life, when we left, I gave him a hug. He was like, He said, the women got to have booty. And I was like, what? He said, you got to have booty. If I'm talking to you, you got to have booty. Can you cook? I was like, yeah, I can cook. He was like, good. Good. So you can cook and you got booty. And he was backing up from me. He said, He said, business before back shots. Business before back shots. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding. And mind you, I'm in a fucking relationship.
So I want you to pay attention. We're about, out of all of her talking, this is about maybe like a 6-minute video. We were at about the 4-minute and something mark. I got to pause right now. We were at the 4-something minute mark where she first decided to tell you that she was in a relationship and mentioned a boyfriend. Now we're at the 5-minute mark where she decided to reinstate that she is in a relationship because of what Dr. Umar stated. At no point in time during her explanation, first off, did she ever state to that I heard her state that she was in a relationship. She never said that. I never heard her basically say that, hey, I am so-and-so, I am in a relationship. How are you doing, Dr. Umar? I never heard none of that. So in my mind, you were in a sense going there to that lunch and presenting yourself as if you are single with a single man. And she repeatedly throughout the video wanted to say that Dr. Umar was flirtatious, very flirtatious. He's single. If he sees somebody that he deems attractive and he's a single man, he's going to sit up there and flirt. What planet are we directly on at this moment in time? Like the way that she was saying it was as if she was trying to paint that as some type of harsh negative. But I'm like, realistically, ma'am, you said that you were in a relationship, but you said that far later on. And you're like, in my mind, I'm thinking I'm in a relationship. And you talking about, activism before backshots and all this other type of. Bro, you going back and looking at the. Matter of fact, I'll finish up this stuff. I'm gonna let her talk.
I was like, what do you mean business before back shots, nigga? Like, what? So he's laughing to himself and he goes back to his car because he was going to go back to Philly to go take care of his mom. And I was like, I can't see this fool again. Because what do you mean business before back shots? No back shots are being given. What? Because business before back shots, whose back are you shooting? Because it's not mine. The fuck? So extremely flirtatious. Very much so. I remember asking him too, like, are you and Sukihana like a thing? Because I know she's from Delaware too. I was like, do y'all, are y'all fucking? I was asking him too. I was like, are you and Suki like a thing? Like you, because I know she from Delaware too. I'm like, are y'all fucking? Like, and he was like, no, we're friends. That's my girl. She got her own restaurant in downtown Wilmington somewhere. Sure. When you say to me, business before back shots, and you and Suki are just friends, highly doubt it, because you got a big booty too. Anyway, I say all this to say, this young lady is telling the truth. He is a deadbeat father, extreme hypocrite, and huge flirt. This is not the black man you think he is. He's loyal. He got a wife at home. He take care of his kids. He's not that type of black man. He is, he spreads his seed. He told me he only got 2 kids. I feel like it's more. He's not visiting his children. He's not paying child support. And these things came out of his own fucking mouth. Okay?
I really thought I edited this better. But let me just go back, right? Because this is the main 6 minutes and 43 minutes. And she wanted to talk negatively about Dr. Umar. But I want y'all to all remember, this is a woman that's in a relationship. How many women in a relationship are going to be going on a lunch with a single man and taking a couple's picture like this? For all intents and purposes, let's say that I was in a relationship with her. We would not be in a relationship. This looks crazy. Why is that man's face so close to your face as if y'all really know each other? Like that looks crazy. That looks very disrespectful. Like I said, it's cool if she is a fan of his work, but that looks crazy. I would expect that from a woman that's single. Why are you in a relationship and your face, you can literally feel the temperature off of his face? Why are you that close? Why are you that close? That's like I said, that's all I'm saying. And she wants to draw in the question that he's very flirtatious. He is a single man with a woman. I'm guessing he more than likely assumed that you were single as well, because if he's saying all this stuff to you, it obviously seems to me that you did not address the fact that you have a significant other. Because normally, on a lot of instances, if you introduce yourself and let men know that, hey, you are engaged, you have a somebody that you're seeing, or a husband or a boyfriend, normal guys are going to respect that. They're not going to be disrespectful. They're not going to say anything out of the way. Now, if you present yourself as a woman, as somebody that is single and more than likely looking, yeah, then it's a no holds bar. There's going to be all types of shots that are going to be shot. as was going to sit up there and happen. So, like I said, I don't sit up there and fault him for that at all. Now, her going on the aspect of a rant of talking about him not, being a father, whatnot, whatever. That's not her place to actually do. Because you're saying that you know some things, but you don't actually have paperwork or information or the people to literally bring up to showcase this. You're only bringing all of this information up after the daughter said something. And I'm like, that's even more suspicious. I'm like, so what's going on here? I'm like, so before the daughter came out on social media, right? Let's say like she said that for about like 3 years, she knew, she met him like 3 years ago. So let's say like 2 years ago. Why didn't you decide to sit up there and say this? What about a year ago? Why didn't you decide to sit up there and say this? Why is it that you waited up until the quote unquote the alleged daughter of Dr. Umar comes out and make a statement online, and then you want to pile on and start saying all of this stuff as if like you're a family member or a mom or something like that? That's crazy. This is reminding me of that woman. What was the thing that was going on with Dr. Umar like some years ago, where it was like some woman who was like a stripper, and I'm not sure if he knew or whatnot that she was a stripper, and she was portraying herself as one thing, but really she lived like a whole different life. And then I think she was trying to like write a book or something. It was something crazy. And I'm like, bro, what are y'all doing out here? I'm like, y'all really out here clout chasing and doing all of this other type of like, crazy. I'm like, man, this is looking real crazy. And like I said, where's that woman now? Where is that woman that was a stripper that was trying to speak on Dr. Umar? Where is she at right now? How is her career going? Anybody remember her name? Because I don't. And I remember doing a story about that. I don't remember even what that woman even looks like. Like I said, that's how crazy a lot of this stuff is. It is diabolical work. But like I said before, for her to come out here and she now wants to publicly try to say something about Dr. Umar is crazy. I'm like, I don't even know where her energy is even coming from. The other thing too, I seen people, in a sense, say stuff directly about the school. The main thing I told people, like, yo, have the conversation directly with Dr. Umar. You disagree with him or the school or whatever, have the conversation with him. He be hosting lives directly on I think, does he do TikTok? He might do TikTok or IG. He be doing stuff there. He be having meet and greets around the United States. So it's crazy to me, if people have issues with Dr. Umar, y'all can take that directly to him and literally have face-to-face conversations with him. But it's like nobody ever wants to do that. Everybody always wants to sit up there and, say this, that, the third about, Dr. Umar on online or whatnot, whatever. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, this is the one main person, celebrity-wise, for all intents and purposes, that people can actually go have a handshake and a face-to-face conversation with. But people don't want to do that. I don't know. Gail Jones said that's crazy. That's crazy, Gail. That's crazy. That is crazy. Ty said you are almost 3 hours in, Seji. We are officially at that 3 hour mark, sir. Officially at the 3 hour mark. Miss Robinson said, not myself, heck no. I be laying in a casket. Dee says she looks very different in the picture. Yeah, she looks happy. She looks happy. She looks ecstatic. Right. I don't know, maybe it might be the light or something like that, but she looked like she was having the time of her life. Like she just like got a dream, come true. Timothy said, ain't Sukihana in jail? If so, he needs a replacement. All you need is a face tat. That's crazy. That is crazy. Dee said men are flirtatious. A lot care if they are in a relationship or you are, right? Gail said that's what men are supposed to do. Yeah. Yep. Sham said, well, she said business before backshot, so she went there on business to talk about his activism. So she could have felt like it was not needed for her to tell him she's in a relate. No, you should still sit up there and like if people are getting personal, right? This is what I'm saying. If you are a person, you're talking to an activist, and you're basically talking about families and kids. That's getting close to home. So in return, you should be willing to sit up there and talk, about whatever it is that you're going through, and and all this other. Like I said, open and honest. That's it. The open, transparent. Transparency, right? That's what it should be. We got Mahoko in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? But yeah, I remember I heard a video of Dr. Umar saying business for backshots. That's hilarious. That dude is hilarious. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. People can say whatever they want to say. That man is hilarious. Every time he is sitting up there speaking or doing some live streams and whatnot, that man, that's comedic gold. Nobody else can do the type of comedic gold that Dr. Umar I can like, man, the quotables that dude has online from the last 10 years, incredible. Man, oh man, incredible. Let me see what else we got. Nope said it's not a couple's picture. No, that's what that looks like. Like I said before, I didn't set up there when I was younger. I didn't set up there and took pictures like that. Yeah, that's a couple's picture. Yeah, nah. Like I said, this ain't a Chris Brown concert. Like I said, that looks like that's looking like a couple's picture. Let me tell you. Didi said when I was married, men didn't even care I was married. It'd be like that. And no, this is not me sitting up there, glorifying that type of thing. Because that's immensely, disrespectful. Because the main thing I said up there and told people before, I'm like, out of the millions, if not billions, of women that are directly out here, you decide as a guy that you want to actively try to go after or seek attention from, a woman that's married. She's already, called for, right? And I'm like, for me, that's crazy. And and then one main thing that I sit up there, the one main quote that I saw directly online, which I feel stands true, that a lot of dudes geek themselves up when it is that they can, in a sense, hit on and they're successful with a woman that is married or in a relationship. But at the same time, these dudes can't really get women who are single. Like a lot of these dudes, like their success rate comes from women who are already established, like in relationships, engagements, or marriages. And that's the craziest part. I'm like, you can't say that you got like all of this game in the world and you only go after women that are called for. Like that's easy for you to do. That, like if we to really break it down, it's easy for these guys out here to go after a woman that is taken for, because all you have to do is do a little bit better than the guy that she's with. That's it. Right? Where if it's a different scale, you got to try to do better than 100 million, if not a billion other guys out here. And guess what? You ain't going to be accomplishing that. Good luck. Good luck. So like I said, it's crazy out here, man. It's crazy out here, man. But this is the times that we live in. Timothy said he a little too busy flirting when at school is about 10 years late. Sham said it doesn't look like a couple's picture to me, more like he leaned in for a selfie, look-alike celebrity photo. Nah, I'm just saying, for me, that's a little bit too close. Because let's just reverse it, right? Let's just reverse it. Imagine if for any of the women here, if you have a guy and there was some great looking woman that was directly cheek to cheek in a picture with that guy, you're not going to sit up here and tell me that you're not going to have a problem with that. Honest women out here will sit up there and state that they have a problem, because like I said, when it deals with women and the guys that they are with, women are very territorial. Women do not want no other smell of perfume. They don't want no hint, no glitter, no lipstick, no nothing, not even a hair off of a follicle on that guy. Women are just like cats. I'm not sure if y'all seen the videos where if a male cat went outside and he was with another female cat and she starts like really making noise in the house, and that's basically how women are. So like I said, this ain't, but Sham said it doesn't look like, oh yeah. Gail says she looks, oh yeah, I read that part. Yeah. Timothy said Umar been had allegations and a bigger reputation than the school. Nope said I feel like even if she told him that she was married or has a boyfriend, he was still going to flirt with her regardless. But see, that's the thing though. We can only go off of a what if, off of a theory. And I don't really like theories. I like, in a sense, concrete information. Well, I'm not going to say like I accept concrete information. And the concrete information was the fact that throughout the whole segment of the 6 minutes and 43 minutes that she was talking, right, that she edited herself, she did not say that she introduced herself as such and such and I'm in a relationship. It wasn't up until we heard about her being in a relationship up until almost towards the tail end about the 4 something to the 5 something mark in the video where she wanted to state that relationship. But even one of the times that she said that she was talking about a relationship, she was saying that, I'm thinking to myself in my head, like, that's crazy to me. That is crazy. What was it? Tim said, if the school had a reputation like Umar, it would be an Ivy League school by now. Nope said, I feel like even if, is that a replay? What was it? Les said, you said Tariq exposed Umar and said that Umar and goes, well, this is the thing. I don't know anything about that. I'm just gonna be real. I would never at a moment in time having a platform try to spread anything that is information that is whatever, because like I said, I do not have paperwork. I don't have blood work. So if you said this is what he did directly on his platform or on his documentary, then by all means, that's whatever he wanted to sit up there and do. Like I said, I'm not going to do that here. I would not sit up there and do that at all, because like I said, there's too much in a sense misinformation that a lot of people like to put out there without 100% proof. And this is why, going back to the other story that I just set up there and told people, you already just sat up there and saw the video. Well, you probably didn't, but there was a video I brought up earlier of a black girl that's a track star that decided to levy very horrendous, horrible, negative allegations against a black football player, all to find out that the black football player is 100% innocent and everything that she stated never happened. So like I said before, unless people have verifiable 100% proof, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. But whatever other people want to talk about or do on their platform, that's what they do. I don't got nothing to do with them. D Money said she looks like she was happy to give. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see what else we got. Sham said, I don't disagree about her not opening up first, but she did say the questions was one-sided. Either way, flirting happens a lot in activism. I never out anyone. I just shut it down. And like I said, I respect you for that. That's dope. Like I said, but see, this is the difference though. The mature age that you are at, I'm talking about mind wise, right? The mature age that you're at, you're different from, she's obviously a younger woman, right? She's somewhere in probably like her mid late 20s or whatever it was, right? So her whole main thing is like, oh, well, people always want to get popular. People want to get that type of limelight. People want to be their own god and idol and celebrity. So she's gonna be like, I'm about to go to social media with the gossip that I got so I can sit up there and get hot real quick off of the name of somebody else, right? Because that's all. Realistically, I'm just going to point it down to this, right? As a content creator, what I'm looking at is a woman that more than likely has a social media platform that's not really moving, that's probably not really doing anything, and more than likely you're going to leverage the name of a celebrity male that everybody knows all around the world, and you're going to bring that up on your platform so that everybody will come flocking to you and trying to ask you all of these questions about, Dr. Umar and whatnot or whatever, when she just literally stated that she don't really, in a sense, know everything. She just knows things from this simple conversation and the things that were in a sense stated. So like I said, even if people were to flock there and to talk directly to her, is she's not going to be able to give you a whole history on Dr. Umar. It's literally going to be from that experience that she had, from that conversation that one conversation that she said that she had that sit down with Dr. Umar, and that's it. And it's going to be the same regurgitated type of thing, and she's going to have to figure out a way to stretch this for like a nice 15 minutes of fame. Like I said, I done seen this all the time on TikTok. And then once it gets through to the whole thing of them not wanting to talk about that no more, now they're trying to do their own thing away from that. And then that's when the views and everything else start going down, and then they return right back to try to pick back up and to try to say this and to try to, I just thought about something I never set up there and told y'all about this, such and such. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's crazy work. Timothy said, desecrating a marriage is all wrong on all parties unless the third party is unaware of the marriage. Same effect, different circumstances. Double D said, I absolutely would have a problem with a picture like this. Like I said, and thank you for being honest. And that's my main point. That's my main point. Like I said, I'm looking from a guy's perspective. For me, that picture is disrespectful. That picture is disrespectful, because never at a point in time would let's say, like, if I was married, right? I would never sit up there and take a picture like that, because that would be disrespectful towards my wife. Like, that would be crazy. I'm like, why would I be that close up on another woman like that? Like, even if we're like childhood friends or whatnot, that's cool. Like, we were childhood friends, but we're not children anymore, right? We don't have a relationship or anything like that. So it's like, we can do a side by side picture. You stand to one side, I stand to the other side. Bam, snap it. Like, you can do stuff like that. Like I said, as a guy, when I look at this picture, this looks like somebody, like people who have a nice familiarity. I'll put it to you like that. Right? It seems like people are real familiar with one another. Even looking at like the smile and everything like that. Like Dr. Umar was like, yeah, we was something, back in the day. She up here smiling like she just reminiscing. Like I said, as a guy, I can only just speak for myself. The picture looks crazy. But like I said, I don't got a problem with Dr. Umar because he's a single guy. He can sit up and do that. My whole issue was with her and how it is that she decided to, do the picture and everything. That's it. But like I said, if her boyfriend don't got a problem with it, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm just doing my commentary and my opinion directly on this. That's all I can do. Timothy said, I feel you, Seiji. A pic like this would make me an activist. Oh man. Relevant Love, what is up? You said institute a real school at Q, better run by the community. I'm not even sure who you responded to. Were you responding to somebody that got axed on the channel? I'm not even sure. One of many, what is up? You said reminds me of Brian Banks. I'm not even sure who that is. Timothy said about believing that lady's claims to be his daughter ain't the problem. It's more his reaction to her claims. I mean, I get that. I get that 100%. And my main thing that I said before is that you got the daughter who was out there speaking, and my main thing is I want to see the whole thing, because I've been through certain things in life where there was a somebody that wanted to basically say something about me, and my main thing at the end of the day, I'm like, so how are you going to sit up there and explain this? Right? How is that going to sit up there and transpire about all of those things and yada? Because the main thing that I've always stated, I'll put it to you like this: the main thing that I've always understood is that the only people who actually know who a child's father is the woman. No man out here can sit up there and like realistically, specifically tell you. We can sit up there and state that we believe. We can say that we have faith, but only a woman 100% knows with certainty who the father of a child is. Nobody can sit up there and tell me any different. Because, like I said, I got experience with this. I got 100% experience with this. And I've talked about this as openly and transparent as possible directly on this platform. And this is why you have a lot of guys who are, in a sense, hurt by the circumstances of finding out that, hey, this kid is not even mine. Again, a lot of these dudes, they believed. They looked to God. They was like, yo, this is my such and such, da da da. This is my lineage, all this other time. And then to have all of that fall apart like a house of cards just because of a simple DNA test. So this is why I keep saying alleged. So up until both parties decide, because the girl, she said she got paperwork, but she didn't show that off. Dr. Umar said he got all his paperwork and everything directly in order. Like I said, everybody said they got paperwork, but nobody showed anything yet. So up until everything is directly out there, it's alleged. It's two people sitting up there talking back and forth and all this other type of stuff. So that's why for me, I'm just waiting for, I want the mother there, I want the Dr. Umar there, the quote unquote alleged daughter there. Because like I said, at the end of the day, no matter what anybody feels directly about the situation with Dr. Umar, only the mother knows who the actual father is. And that is a bar. Relevant said it's a homeschooling online in Brooklyn. It's established. Q Butter runs it. Trying to go to other locations. Oh, okay. You respond to somebody else. I got you. Sham said, yeah, I agree about that. She basically looking for clout on the situation. She'll learn when she did that. She burned a lot of bridges in activism because you can't bash people's leaders for silly stuff. Yeah, and that's the other crazy part. I'm like, if this is something that you are directly for, you could have kept, this woman could have kept all of this to herself. Nobody asked her or told her to bring any of this up. She decided to do this herself because she wanted to leverage his name and his celebrity in order to get popular, while also being negative and basically downing him. Because again, the way that she was trying to make it seem, he was flirtatious. It was very aggressive. It's almost like she's trying to paint herself to be a victim. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, you can't be really trying to do this. He was real flirtatious. It was real aggressive. It was this. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm in a relationship. Bro, are you serious? I'm like, nah, son. This is why. This is why a lot of guys, when it deals with certain things, guys are told to, in a sense, stay away from women. Because you will never have instances like this with other men. If men are hanging around with other men, going to like luncheons or business lunches, whatever you want to say to them, you don't have men having this online. Men ain't doing this. Men ain't trying to sit up there and make it. Oh yeah, that dude was aggressively coming at me. He was really. Guys ain't doing that. We sitting up there talking about business, or we talking about sports, or cigars, or whatever. It ain't this. Like I said, and I think didn't somebody say that before? It was like, every man is one step away, is one woman away from a downfall, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, like I said, but you know what I'm saying. Like I said, two ways that men can sit up there and fall. It's either by way of them or by way of a woman that is around them. And there have been many women directly out here who have brought down kingdoms single-handedly without raising a sword, brought them down crumbling to ashes. So, I'm just saying. Just saying. Sham said, I started activism when I was 10 years old. So I was in my early adult years, and then got out of it by 30s. So yeah, even as a teen, you have to keep professional because it's work, right? Gail says she looks vegan in the pic and carnivore in the video. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I can see that. I think maybe it was the lighting, because it looked like Dr. Umar was wearing like a yellow hoodie, and that yellow hoodie, because of how bright it is, or the flash, or whatever it was, the exposure, that hoodie almost looks white. Like, it's crazy. Tim said, would her beef be with Umar or Suki? I'm not even sure. like I said, she decided to bring up, Sukihana for, whatever reason. I don't know. The only thing I looked at it as, like the whole thing with Dr. Umar and Sukihana, I'm like, if she was really trying to, really change, her ways or something like that, or really trying to move into a different direction, I'm like, yo, that's all good. Like I said, I have no problem where people are wanting to grow, wanting to learn, wanting to understand, wanting to actually get into, something different, something that is not negative, something that is actually, about trying to move people forward, right? Because a lot of Sukihana stuff is like ignorant, and I've showcased that, like twerking directly in ambulance and in a corner store and all this other like crazy stuff. I've even showcased far worse stuff, right? But I guess everybody will have a redemption arc. Relevant Love said just for info purposes only. Wait, I'm confused. I'm not even sure. Oh, okay. You talking back to Tim. I got you. WD said I took a pic with Dio Hughley and we were not close like this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that looks crazy. That is crazy. Sham said even if there is a DNA test, the feelings of mom can also prevent him from being a dad. A lot of women go absolutely crazy when it comes to the baby dad stuff. Yeah, and I've talked about that before. You said the XYAYX Institute, the name of the school at SEIJIHITO. Okay, I got you. Tim said a sit down with all three wouldn't help the situation because Umar is reacting in fashion he's supposed to be against. I guess. Leonard up here rolling. Richard said he's I'm not even sure we even get Orlando Brown from. Tim said men don't have to stay away from women, conduct yourselves like you're in a relationship when single. As far as body language, not necessarily flirting behavior would dead a lot of allegations. All I'm sitting up here saying is he's single, so he can decide to sit up there and do that. Any dude who is single can sit up there and go out there and flirt with women. Like that's just a fact. You can do that if you decide that you want to sit up there and do that. And also on the aspect, it was just those two on a lunch. It wasn't like Dr. Umar was on a group. Like it was like a group of 20 people or 10 people, and he just singled her out and he was just going, hard body directly after her. It was a one-on-one type of thing. Like normally when there are one-on-one engagements in between men and women, people are talking. At a certain point in time, it always ends up happening. Somehow, some way. It always ends up happening. What was it? You said you're showcasing the BS, I guess. What was it? Tim said Suki is another disgrace, like Sexy Red or Ice Spice. It'd be like that. But like I said, I can call out certain things, but if people choose not to listen, it is what it is. You said disgrace. You said use a fan. I'm not even sure. I need people. If you're actually talking to me, I need you to actually add. Use the add button. If you can sit up there and type, use the add button real quick. Because it just looks like people talking in general sometimes with some of the comments. Relevant Love said, I keep you confused as Seiji, the second coming. I sort of, in a sense. What was it? Tim said, to be fair, Umar only has flirting allegations, not essay or Diddy allegations, so he's doing something right. Yeah, that's the other thing too that people not looking at. Like at no point in time have I ever heard any woman out here try to talk about like Umar is, doing some whole other, type of, crazy type of stuff. If all you got to sit up there and say is like flirting, okay. If you're talking about his relationships with two other women, of which at any point in time, those two women can come out and speak directly for themselves if they want to, which obviously at this moment in time, they haven't. So whatever situation that they have figured out or that they're doing, it is what it is, right? Now, like I said, if there's a moment in time that the two women, the quote unquote, mother or mothers of his kids want to come out and start speaking, all right, so be it. Right. But again, none of them are coming out speaking. So obviously there must be some type of understanding. There must be, people that more than likely have some conversations that everybody is not privy to. Like I said, so that's why I'm sitting up here stating that this woman's sitting up there speaking on whatever relationship, no matter how big or small that he has directly with whatever family out there, you don't got no right to really speak on that because you can't even tell the whole full totality of anything. You talking about you can back up the daughter. How are you backing up anybody? That's not your daughter. That is not your blood at all. You're just on some whole I see a woman telling a story, so I believe all women. Like that's all I'm getting from that. That's crazy. That is 100% crazy. Sham said, I suggest if you are an activist, male or female, if you are conducting a meeting or business, keep it professional. Flirt outside of hours, not during. It saves you a lot of headache. I mean, that's true too. That's true. We got one of many said, mama's baby, papa's maybe. Yeah. As bars. Shout out and much love, respect, and appreciation for the $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Timothy said, surviving the flirting Umar. I guess that's going to be the name of the supposed doc or something like that. But like I said before, all of this is crazy. And magically what ends up happening is that people want to start saying stuff about Umar after something else basically happens. They didn't want to be the first ones to set up and say, because just think, if the alleged daughter never said anything, just think if this woman came out and said something, her story would be vastly different. The only thing that the main sum of her story was, in a sense, talking about the alleged daughter in that situation. That was it. But I'm like, you're talking about something that you don't even really got the full story on. You don't really have paperwork or court documents or anything or a real history with Dr. Umar to really speak on it. You don't have none of it at all. Like, that's why social media, like I said before, it's a blessing and a curse. And, it's a bit of a problem because people can just get on here and they can just start and say whatever. And other people are just going to believe it because they're not going to really do any research or try to go to the actual source. Sham said, frankly, it's not good for the mistress's children to be at the other children. It only causes jealousy and infighting. Next thing you know, all the children's lives are destroyed due to bad influence. Right. I do have, technically, I got like a field of videos directly up here. Speaking of which, since we are talking about Dr. Umar, this is a very good point that he brought up that I felt that should be mentioned, which is this.
To be a role model. Right. Jeezy ain't supposed to be a role model. Not at all. The reason why they're role models is because the real role models turn their backs on little black boys. See, 50 years ago, the dentist lived on the block. 60 years ago, the doctor lived on the block. The engineer lived on the block. Right. The electrician lived on the block. Yeah. Now they move out and they get mad at the rappers. The only reason why Lil Wayne is a role model is because the doctor, lawyer, dentist, and engineer ran to a white suburb and probably married a white woman.
Right. So he basically said at one moment in time that you had all of these positive, black men out there, and these kids, in a sense, had something to look up to because a lot of these people were in the community, right? Now, coming from a black community in Detroit, I was around a lot of black men who were, either shout out to my boy Chris, his dad, Mr. Thomas. He, worked in a factory for about 30, 40 or whatever years, right? One of my uncles, he worked 30, 40 years for the United States Post Office downtown Detroit. I forgot my boy Ricky, his dad, Mr. Sertima. I think he might have been doing corporate or something like that. He was a smart guy. And he had his job taking care, holding down the house, taking care of the family, and and everything like that. My boy Mike, his dad, RIP to Mr. Roosevelt. He was a military vet. And I want to say, I think because he was retired, but I want to say he worked. He might have had factory job as well too. or something rather. But I was able to see other black men who were teachers or own businesses and so on and so on and so on, right? So for me, growing up in the black community was a little bit different. I had guys there that I, in a sense, idolized. Like, if you know, there were black men there that had their own landscaping business. I thought that was dope. I thought it was cool, right? You got to drive around, you got your lawnmower or whatnot, and you just go up to somebody's door, knock real quick. Let me cut your grass. Bow. You cut the grass. You edge up the lawn real quick. Probably like trim up the bushes. Get the leaf blower, clean off the area in the yard, and then you sit up there and get paid, you know, like 50 or whatever dollars. I thought that was, you know, pretty cool, and especially seeing, you know, black men do that and have, you know, ownership. But now in this timeline, that's not something that, you know, young black boys get a chance to see, because a lot of the guys that I listed now, they're living, you know, away from, you know, in a sense, the black community, right? They're in the suburbs somewhere, right? Living in nice homes and all this other type of stuff. So now, just like Dr. Umar was saying, so now the young boys, all they got to idolize are the rappers, right? They got to idolize the gang stars directly out here, right? The quote unquote Pookies and the Ray Rays, right? They got all the negative things. They don't have anything compare and contrast directly out there. They don't have the good and the bad. It's just the bad and the bad. That's it. And this is all they got to sit up there and pick from, and that's jacked. That's 100%, you know, jacked. But this is what I said before. This is what happens when you run from the black community, when you run from problems, when you run from the situation. Instead of trying to stay there and actually fix it, you want to run and think that's going to make everything better, when realistically all that's going to do is that same problem that you ran from is going to catch up to you. That's all that happens. Like the same thing that happens to the young dudes in the street. They'll sit up there and like rip somebody off or whatnot or whatever, and they think it's all cool and whatnot. But somebody saw them, somebody remembers, and they'll catch up with them at some certain point in time. It could be 2 years from now, it could be 5 years from now, 10 years or 15 years. No matter how long it takes, whatever you did at that moment, somebody's gonna sit up there and find you in the streets from what it is that you did. They're gonna catch you, and then you're gonna have to pay for it. You know, and then you're gonna have people like, man, that was so long ago. Why did this? It's the streets. That's how it works. That's how it works. What was it? Richard said he's just as trash. I feel better now. I mean, this is the main thing that I always like to sit up there and state to a lot of people. Throughout my whole life of my existence, I've always seen somebody out here say something negative about the black leaders directly out here. And what I've understood is that none of them are perfect. And I've understood that we try to hold and pedestalize them on some type of like perfect ground, when none of us out here are living like anything close to perfect. Like a lot of people right now who judge Dr. Umar, they got kids out of wedlock. Let's just start there. If you are black and in the black community, chances are you got kids directly out of wedlock. Chances are when you had kids out of wedlock, you decided, oops, we messed up, so we're going to sit up there and go get married. Or in certain instances, you decided that we, you know, don't want the child, so we're going to sit up there and go to the doctor's office. Or you got a lot of people that want to sit up there and have sex before marriage or before actually knowing a person. You got a lot of people that wanted to smoke and drink before they were actually legally able to. You got a lot of people out here doing things wrong, horribly wrong, still to this day in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, right? But then they look at somebody like Dr. Umar, they be like, well, I'm doing better than him. I'm like, that's some crazy work. Because this is my thing. If you feel, who was that said that? Richard. If you feel that you, in a sense, feel better now because you're able to do a compare and contrast, then why don't you sit up there and take Dr. Umar's place? And because that's the craziest part to me. Like a lot of people that, in a sense, judge Dr. Umar would never sit up there and put that same judgment towards themselves and the mistakes and everything that they did directly in their lives, and then decide that because they are so perfect or they're living their lives as a better example than Dr. Umar, they will never stand up to sit up there and take his place. Like I said, I dare you to sit up there and do it. You won't, because you know what comes with it. You know that public eye, that scrutiny. You know that if you get popular enough, then people are going to start trying to do a deep dive into your family, into your relationships, to all this. I mean, you don't want people to sit up there and do that. You want your life to sit up there and be private. Just like how you got the type of anonymity that you got on the internet, that's the type of way that you want the rest of your life to be. But yet at the same time, you want to critique somebody that's actually doing something that you could never do. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy to me. like I said before, if you don't like somebody like Dr. Umar because of the way that he moves or whatever, that's fine, cool. Then give me somebody that's better. Give me somebody that's 100% perfect. And I'm going to be real with you. The only people on life in this plane of existence right now that you can give me that is perfect, that will quote unquote be that ideal leader, but not realistically, would be a child. The children in life are the only things that come into this life perfect. They're not out there doing nothing reckless. They're not causing confusion. They're not causing chaos. They're not doing anything ridiculous that everyday adults, you, me, and everybody else is out here doing. They're not doing none of that. They would realistically be the only ones to sit up there and make good leaders and be good leaders. It wouldn't be the adults out here because a lot of adults are too imperfect. They are too unbalanced. They are too reckless. But like I said, people want to stand up here and they want to, start talking about, Dr. Umar, and he's not the right messenger. Then why don't you be that messenger? I keep telling y'all keep talking about Umar in this school. So why don't you get your community and your family together and start building schools in your neighborhood? I'll wait. I've been waiting for that for like 4 to 5 years since people been sitting up there, talking about Umar. Anytime I brought up Umar on this platform, I get a plethora of people in the comment section. Umar this, Umar that. All right, fine, no problem. You say that he's not a good leader. You say he's not adding to the community. You say that he's swindling, he's stealing. Fine. So if you are better than Umar, start up a GoFundMe, get up $1 million or whatnot or whatever. Go through the red tape that you need to do to sit up there and build and start up a school. I will wait. And still to this day, I'm waiting. It's like waiting for the second coming of Christ. It just ain't going to happen. Like, it's crazy out here. Like, this is 1,000% diabolical. Leonard said Umar was just with Druski, and what did Druski get accused of? Of damn Umar, you got to learn how to grift better, bro. You do realize that I covered the whole thing dealing with Druski, right? I just want you to, because you might be a little bit late to the party. I literally, that was like, what we 3 hours in, that was probably within like the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And I covered the whole thing about Druski, quote unquote, being at the Diddy party and the allegations from the document of his, and I actually read from the document of how his name got mentioned. And then I also read how Druski was stating that he is saddened by his name being listed and and everything being false allegations. And like I said, I'll let that sit up there and play out in court. That's what I'll sit up there and do. That's it. And that's how I'm going to sit up there and do that. Now, if you're trying to say that I'm a grifter, I don't know what to tell you. So for Leonard, are you trying to say that I'm a grifter? Because I just want to be clear. Lehman Lucas says, Seji, are you saying that he is a saint? Where did I say that Dr. Umar was a saint? I'm basically presenting to you that Umar is a normal man that is trying to do something. And what I'm sitting up there stating is everybody that wants to critique Dr. Umar, obviously you are, everybody that's critiquing Dr. Umar, obviously y'all are the saints, right? You are better than thou. So I expect y'all who are better than Umar to do the job that y'all say that Umar is not doing. But realistically, you know you're not because you don't care. That's my main point. That's my main point. Because a lot of people want to position themselves as if they care about the kids in the black community, as if they actually want to do something, as if they actually want to be activists, when y'all don't, y'all really don't want to do nothing. Y'all just want to have something to complain about and point your finger at and sit up and say, I told you so. That's it. You don't care how it falls down. You don't care how it tears apart. You don't care about replacing it, trying to patch it up, trying to fix it. Y'all just want to sit up there and point your finger. I told you. That's all y'all want to do. And that's what I've been looking at for the last 5+ years. Anything that has to do with Umar. That's all I've been sitting up there looking at. Crazy work. Okay, you said that I'm saying that Jermaine needs to pick his grifts better. It's nothing to do. Okay, I'm just like I said, I'm trying to get better as a person to not just go like full on attack mode directly on people. You know, like I said, trying to be a better person, trying to be as transparent as possible. You know, Just trying to do that. Let me say, Ms. Robinson said, none of us are perfect. I don't know him personally, so I can't speak about him. Shem said, I did that for like 20 years. What Umar is running against is sabotage. I had the same issue as an activist. People, white and black, sabotage you all day. Robert said he told her about his family. Just asking. Lemaine Lucas said, same here, bro. Said, I see your point of view. Like I said, that's all I'm saying. Because the main thing I told, even when it came to me and people wanted to, Kelvin said, does Umar have the school yet? Go check. Like it's crazy how people can use Google to come directly on this live stream and try to ask a question in the chat when you could very easily, as a grown ass adult, go look up if Umar has a school, where is it located, what's the address, and pull up to the school. That's you can easily do that as a grown adult. If you can go out here ripping, running, be sleeping with women unprotected, you can sit up there and have problems with your family and disassociate with your friends and do. If you can do all of this stuff in the world and make it to a 9 to 5, you can decide to sit up there and use Google within 2 seconds of the brain power that you got and go look up if he got the school, if it's established. Because the craziest part is, main thing that I pointed out too is that other people that quote unquote wanted to expose Dr. Umar, I'm like, all right, cool. You wanted to expose it. So if you're saying that this is the job and ain't nothing basically established, nothing basically happened, right? You did this whole video to expose this, to expose that. No problem. So open up the school. Do the job that y'all say that he is not sitting up there doing. Why you sitting up there want to do this expose, right? Why you want to do that? Do the job that you say that he's not doing. And all I see is people profiting, like I said years ago. I see the same continuous thing on social media where if something negative is happening with Dr. Umar, you will have people make fields of videos, repeated videos throughout the week, profiting directly off of the name because it's associated with Dr. Umar. They could talk about anything else in the world that is going on. They could talk about the state of the economy. They could talk about food shortages. They could talk about famine. They could talk about disease. They could talk about unclean. They could talk about all of these things. But no, they're like, no, I'm about to make 19 videos this week about Dr. Umar. Word. That's it. That's the whole world revolves around Dr. Umar. But he's so much of a problem, but yet you making sure to make sure that problem makes you money. While you're saying that other people out here suffering, not getting the things that they need, you're like, I'm going to sit up there and profit off of this whole thing. I'm going to make sure this works for me. Like I said, I didn't see too many YouTube channels literally just build themselves off of the name of Dr. Umar. And I'm like, why everybody is sitting up here talking a whole bunch of messages, a lot of people need to be thanking, kissing the feet of Dr. Umar, because that's the only reason that they're even monetized. That's the only reason why they might even have 10, 15, 30, or 50K subscribers. Because you originally started talking negative about Dr. Umar. Crazy work, though. It's crazy how a lot of stuff works. You said, but you're talking about him now. Don't you know? I've covered this before. Don't you know? How about that one? I covered everything dealing with the school before. I did a live stream, and I think, how long was that? Probably about like 30 minutes. I think one of the videos that he uploaded, I had posted where it showed, work and whatnot, wiring and whatnot going on with the school. And he was also specifically talking about how he wanted to get in contact with the local black construction workers there or whatnot, whatever, to do work in the school. And they were lackadaisical. They're not on point. They didn't, nothing was on time. They really couldn't. And then he was like, the reason that you see, and this was during a live stream that he did, he was like, the reason why you see the white guys here basically working and doing the wiring is because I firstly tried to get through to my black men who have these businesses. I wanted to use the money that you guys gave me from the black community to give these dollars, these black dollars, to a black business, be it electricians or whatnot, whatever. But like he said, so many times I sat up there and tried to give my people grace. I tried to give them the time that they need to, potentially show up or let me know. But he was like, the clock is ticking. So it's either I continuously try to wait on no shows and try to continuously just give them time and whatever, or I allow somebody to come in that's going to do the job when I need them to do the job. And that's what he did. So the white guys were in the video doing the wiring throughout the school. And I'm not even mad at them because it's the main thing I said up there and said before when it deals with black businesses. Whenever it deals with black people needing to be on time, when it deals with money for other black people, oh, it's a whatever situation. People want to half-ass a job. People don't want to be professional. People don't want to show up. But the moment of time that you happen to talk to somebody else that's non-black, oh, people are there before the time that they even said. If you were supposed to be here at 9, they're here at 8:30, waiting outside. That makes no sense. So like I said, you want to try to ask me some questions or whatnot, go look it up. Go look it up. It's crazy. You said it's a simple answer about the school. Bitch, if it was that simple, then you would have got the answer yourself. And you got the nerve to sit up and say, I'm going on a tantrum like a female. Bitch, you came here. How about that one? How about that one? If I'm the female, you're the bitch. How about that one? That's what we want to sit up there and do right now. Because people want to get out of line and start getting disrespectful because they grown ass didn't have the brain cells, 2 brain cells to rub together to just Google some shit real quick. Or better yet, you couldn't even go directly to Dr. Umar's many pages on TikTok, right? On X, on YouTube or whatever, and specifically get it from the source. You couldn't do that, but you wanted to try to come here and be disrespectful. That's some crazy work. It's crazy work. Sam said, yes, and on top of that, you got people stealing out of the funds you're trying to grow. You can't get volunteers to help, can't get work, but everybody wants community and better. Yeah. You said, dude, you do realize like this is my channel though, right? I just want you to understand and know that, right? So this right here isn't even actually spazzing. This is actually borderline normal, just to let you know. The Seji from, let's say, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, oh yeah, that would have been a full-on thing. Like you don't even know what spazzing is. Well, at least referring to me, you have no clue. You have no clue. Sam said they want a community better without having to do any work. It doesn't work that way. It takes a whole community. But see, that's the problem though. When it deals with the black community is like, okay, well, you are quote unquote an appointed leader, or you want to be a leader, so we expect you to get these things done. And they feel like that's just it. The black community are like, we're going to throw the whole weight of everything directly on one person's shoulders, and we don't have to do no work. Everything is on you. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. Everybody in the community, including the leader, should be actually working. That's how that should actually go. Like the amount of laziness in a sense is crazy to me, and that's the only word that I got directly for that. The moment in time that I see black people in the community not in a sense banding together to work with the leader is crazy. Because the funniest thing is looking at, let's say, growing up, I remember when parents would come to schools for free. And if something needed to be painted, let's say like walls or something or whatever, parents would come through and they would give their time. And, they would paint the walls of the classrooms or whatnot, whatever. You're not going to find parents of today trying to do stuff like that. Right? So, again, the community was way different at a certain point. At this moment in time now, yeah, community ain't trying to sit up there and do that. They're not trying to give up no free time. Everybody is selfish. And that just is what it is. But a lot of people don't want to be honest about that when it deals with the black community. A lot of people are selfish. If they want a leader, then a leader is going to have to detail the full responsibility. You got to fix our kids. You got to fix our marriages. You got to fix our relationships. You got to fix our families. You got to fix our communities. You got to fix our schools. You got to fix our hospitals. But I'm like, how is this one person supposed to do all of these things? Maybe the one person is good at, let's say, like public speaking. So then you would need somebody else that's good at accounting. You need somebody else that's good at agriculture, good at building, good at this, good. I'm like, that's crazy to me. You expect one person to be, in a sense, a renaissance man, and that's not the times that we're living in at this moment in time. That's craziness. That is 100% crazy. But like I said, you can't tell black people nothing. Sam said, my other problem is when I do get white donors or white money to help black community, then I get sabotaged. People feel like it should be all black and attack the donors. I've had instances like that before too. Where I've had white people donate directly to the platform. They've heard me talk on a variety of different topics and specifically talking about white people. And they'll be like, yo, Sedge, I got you, no problem. I love everything that you say. I love, everything that you do with the topics. Here's a $10, $20, whatever, donation. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy. And then I would sit up there and explain that, again, being transparent and being honest. And people would try to sit up there and consider you to be an op, like, oh, you're accepting money from white people now. You're doing this. I'm like, brother. I'm like, do you not understand? It takes money to keep everything sitting up there going. If somebody loves and support this platform, I'm not about to sit up there and turn back their money. I'm not about to sit up there and do that. I'm not about to sit up there and wait on, in a sense, false hope of people be like, I'm doing great content and da da da. I'm sure everybody's going to sit. No, that's a hope. I'm not in the belief of hope. That's a fool's errand. I'm being real about the whole situation. I can only deal with the reality. So if people from other cultures want to donate to this platform, that is the reality of it. If I got people here, which some of y'all do it on a daily basis, if y'all want to sit up there and donate, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I am thankful and respectful to any and every walk of life that decides to donate directly to this platform. I'm not about to sit up there and turn nothing away because other people who watch the videos feel like I shouldn't accept the money. So if I'm not supposed to accept it from them, then are you going to step up for them? Chances are not. So I'm like, I would need people to shut the fuck up. I'm just going to be honest. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Again, being honest and transparent and having to do this for so many years. That is the only way that I can sit up there and put it respectfully. Because I'm like, that's crazy to me. And I've seen this not even just on my side. I've seen this happen to other people explaining these things. And I'm like, yo, black people, y'all got to get yourselves in order. Because if you know that you're not going to 100% support that person, let those other people support them. If you don't want those other people to support them, then you got to sit up there and step up. And if you're not going to step up, sit down. Like it's that simple. Like it's crazy work out here. It is crazy. Pink said, I'm teaching I am teaching a acrobatics class at my son's school next week. That is dope. That is, and see, that's what I'm sitting up there talking about. Like, that is being a part of the community. That is doing something within, the school system. That's being active one way or another. Like I said, acrobatics, that's helping those kids sit up there and get healthy, move around. So that's getting them away, for at least a little bit of time, doing exercise away from the phones, the tablets, the video games, and all this other type of stuff. Because trust me, there's a lot of kids out here that just sit continuously and just play video games. And I'm like, it's different if you're like let's say like a teenager and whatnot. If you're like young, I'm talking about single digits, you shouldn't be sitting nowhere realistically. You should always be on the move, always on a go. Right? At least that's how I look at it, because that's how it was for me when I was younger. Right? Because the obesity rates out here is crazy. Right? Let me see. Sham said, sorry, just venting as an ex-activist. That work wears you down and it becomes worse as you age. The generation just doesn't understand what hustle means or help for the matter. I mean, it be like that. And like I said, I don't, the only title that I have is a title that I give myself. That is it. I've had other people try to, give me titles, but the main thing I told people, I'm like, yo, much love, respect, and appreciation, for that, just the thought of it. But for me, I'm not accepting. And the way that I put it to people is like, I'm not accepting of other people's titles, because it just as easy as somebody gives you a title, they can take it away. Right. So, in a sense, what real meaning does that title have? Right. Because I've had people say like, yo, you're like a leader or whatnot, whatever in the community. I'm like, I'm not going to go, that far with any of those titles. Whatever I believe for myself, that is my belief. Right. I can't, subscribe to in a sense how other people, you know, see me or deem me or whatnot or whatever. Because again, just as easy as people build you up, they can, you know, break you right back down. But if I build myself up, that's a whole different situation. No matter how people sit up there and see me, I'm still going to sit up there and be standard. You can only try to, you know, get some stuff around me, but that's it. You can't actually, you know, get the actual, you know, individual like that, right? So I don't know. But no, the venting is cool. Trust me. Everybody, you know, needs to vent every once in a while. Trust me. As somebody who has actively done this, yeah, that venting is a thing that needs to, you know, take place and happen sometimes. Trust me. Trust me. I've done this directly over the years, no matter how it seemed, no matter how it sounded. I'm like, I didn't care. I'm like, yo, people just going to hear like this 1,000% frustration, and it is what it is. I do not care. And still to this day, I don't. I just don't. Ali said they separate black families. Yeah. Wait. Who are you talking about separates black families? Let me know what you're talking about. Because I'm not specifically too sure. Which video was this? Oh, that one was that was like a crazier video. I'm probably not going to do that one. Let me see where as today's videos. Let me go back to previous. That was a Stephen A. Smith. I gotta re-edit the video dealing with the younger guy though. I gotta do that one. Oh, I didn't put that video up there. Let me actually put her directly up here because I don't think I put her up here. I actually got two videos.
Cultural appropriation.
Dealing with this, right? So in this way, let me see what Sham said. She said, you said, yeah, because I think people think activism is just marches and protests. That's the least of it. It's getting community built up, and that is hard. Yeah, it is. Trust me. Even, you know, like not even doing it to the extent of, you know, like let's say like you or many other people that you know, or even dealing with, you know, let's say like civil rights and stuff, like even just trying to start a community on social media, that is tough. Like people don't understand it because they're looking at people just going, you know, instantly famous, you know, overnight or instantly getting like 1 million subscribers. Like, yo, those are like the rare occurrences. Those are just like, you know, shooting stars that just, you know, happen. They happen pretty often, but it's still rare. Right? On average, that's not how it works on social media. You still got some people still to this day that are like, you know, 2-3 years in and they still sitting at 1.5K or maybe just getting to like 2K or whatnot or whatever. Like something crazy. Because what was one of the brothers' name? I would actually have to go back and look, but last time I checked, what was the brother's name? I want to say it was J Dog. He was one of the first content creators, and along with I think her name was like Lady of Soul. I can't. It's hard because it's been like years. Jesus, that's like back in like 2018. But those two were one of the first on the scene when it dealt with me as a content creator and them coming through and showing love and showing support. J Dog, he set up there and he would showcase black content creators in this space. I think he did like a top like a top 10 or 20 or something like that of black content creators in the space, and one of my videos was, you know, directly up there. And like I said, stuff like that's priceless. You know, when you got people that do that just because they want to do it because they see, you know, what it is that you're doing out here and everything like that. And that's why, you know, whenever I would do you know, videos and whatnot from time to time, I would make sure to, you know, shout those two out. And I think I did a live stream or two and I showcased his channel, you know, his platform and, you know, and everything like that. Because like I said before, a lot of people out here, you know, do things behind the scenes of which I might not ever know about, or ever get a chance to see or anything like that. And, a lot of y'all are the reason that other people fluctuate directly to the platform, and that's why I say I'm highly thankful, for that. So yeah, but anyways, wait, Shem said yeah because oh yeah, okay, that was the last one. So this video right here of this white girl with these box braids. This is the same thing from the white girl in the 80s. I forgot what her name was. Where you had white women back then wanting to wear braids, and they just thought it was the flyest thing out, like it was something that just got invented by white people. She's going to explain to you that braids are not cultural appropriation because the Vikings did it. Let's see.
When Vikings are literally the ones that invented.
A few weeks ago, I was corrected by a few members of the Black community after using the word pookie. I've spent a good deal of time trying to avoid using AAVE or African American Vernacular English because of the implications it has for a white person to use it. But I had seen the word pookie used all the time by a variety of different people, especially growing up in the South, and I had never heard of it as AAVE. Before consulting a friend of mine, I tried to do a quick Google search looking for the origin of the word pookie. Google told me that the word pookie was actually German in origin. Now, I certainly could have gone back to the Black woman correcting me and tell her, hey, actually, this word is German in origin. But instead I apologized, made a mental note that pookie was not a word that I should be using, and moved on. And then I came across this video, the one that I'm stitching. I felt like kind of an idiot. Because essentially the milliseconds that I had spent wondering whether this word was indeed a German word, questioning whether or not I should second guess a Black woman. That's exactly what this girl is doing, insisting that her hairstyle is not cultural appropriation. Making this video to attest to the fact that you can do years and years of work trying to unlearn racism. You're still gonna mess up if you're a white person. Moral of the story is, if a Black person tells you that something you've done is racist, believe them.
Right. So what took place was that you had this, of course, young TikTok white girl who's probably early 20s, who's like, oh yeah, the braids that I'm wearing, this is not cultural appropriation. She's basically saying that these box braids, these are white people did this first, and all this other type of stuff, right? And then the other lady basically went on to the fact of like, hey, she's wrong, just like I was wrong, and how I assumed something about this word, even though I wanted to believe it to try to correct, but I still inevitably ended up being wrong because I have some things internalized within myself that I still need to work on and correct. This is why I be trying to tell people, where you have certain people out there that are willing to, I guess, quote unquote, do the work, have a certain type of understanding, and be outwardly speaking about that correction and how wrong they were, right? Because a lot of people out here like her, she's going to be loud and proud about how wrong she is, and she's going to be ecstatic about it. She's like, I'm wrong, but I'm correct, right? While other people are going to be like, no, I was just wrong, and I was wrong. It is really that simple. And matter of fact, I'll play the other one, right? The other one gets a little bit deeper, and this is why I love social media. I said it's a blessing and a curse, because the next one has to deal. Wait, it's not up here? What's going on? Let me see. No, don't tell me I don't got it. Oh, that would suck. Nah. A word? Oh, wait, let me see. Hold on. Okay, that was that one. Oh, don't. I think I should have bookmarked the video. Let me see. Okay, it's the same one. Okay, so I might have to just cut to a different one, because I have another one where a woman is Scandinavian, and she specifically told the white girl, she was like, nah, you're wrong. She was like, those box braids did not come from my people. She's literally talking about her ancestors and how she can, trace her lineage back 18 generations. So, she knows what she's talking about. And she was like, no, those box braids are not from us. and you put that or you keep that directly in your hair is going to come out. And like I said, that's a Scandinavian, that is as European as you can sit up there and get. Scandinavian woman, quote unquote, the Vikings, all of this. Sitting up here telling her, no, that is not it. The box braids is not it. That is not us. Did we have braids? Yeah, sure. But that, no. No. That is, like I said, you craziness. Crazy. But because I can't exactly pull that video up right now, I'm going to go to a different one that I have up here. And this is in a sense going with what I talked about before with the quote unquote, what was it, the black and brown coalition that people like to sit up there and state. So we're going to see what this for all intents and purposes Caucasian woman has to state.
The Latino and Black communities have always been like this, and we should continue staying like that. There's no reason why the two communities should be fighting, okay? We have fought next to each other, side by side, since the civil rights movement, okay? There's no time for beef on either side. We need to stand together, especially with everything that's going on right now in this country. So just a reminder that the Latino community and the Black community are like this always.
I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know. What was it? Rabbit said that the white girl looked like she is the type to smash a black guy on the low. Yeah, that white girl, she probably would. She probably would. She'll probably be with some athletes, real quick. I don't know what this woman here is talking about. That has never been the case. She was like, yeah, we were just like, we were tight like that. No, we weren't. No, you weren't. Like I said, I didn't cover this too many times. I can bring back some pictures from like the 1940s to showcase. No, we were never that tight. That is just a straight, blatant lie, and that's just a way for people to try to, coax or to get black people directly into, their type of situation or whatever it is that they're, going through at this moment in time. They want to try to leverage that energy. Like I said, that's crazy. That is 100% diabolical. Like I said before, a lot of this stuff needs to stop. But yes, we are actually at the 4-hour mark. I think we were supposed to be, at that 2 hour and 50 mark. But I like to sit up there and and talk and go over a few different things dealing with these videos and everything. But yeah. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that has currently been in attendance at this moment in time and pretty much stayed through the live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Trying to see what we got going to the background. Let me see. Because we're still currently live. We got about, a good 34 viewers, which is great. That live symbol actually looks a little bit different. Never seen that one before. So the secondary channel, we got about we had about a good 1,723 views. That is pretty dope, pretty awesome. What else did we have? Let me check on the other. At this moment, see what we got. Screen is a little bit bright. And on the other channel, well, outward wise, it's not even saying it yet because I got to go directly to the back. So on the other channel, we got about a good 6 concurrent viewers. Overall, we had about, what was it? Oh, I can actually now hit like directly on that. That's pretty dope. We had about a good 680 directly on the original channel. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody who pulled directly up to the scene to be a part of the live stream, add in directly to the the conversation and everything like that. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to any and everybody who donated directly to the live stream as well, because I would not be able to do everything that I do without people like you. And shout out to anybody that's going to make it all the way through this, dealing with the playbacks. So, shout out to you guys. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Actually, technically, pulling up that picture and ending the live stream on that looks crazy, but I will probably do it. Just because it looks that crazy, I'll probably just sit up there and do it. And for anybody that don't, of course, want to sit through the whole 4 hours, just Mo was like, go eat some salmon. Actually, I got some Motor City pizza right now, so that's that's what I'm chilling on. Right now I got one slice left. It's actually pretty good. They got it in the frozen section. So shout out to Detroit's own. Much love, respect, and appreciation of that. But yeah. I will be, eating some food and probably, hitting up some Monster Hunter or something like that. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will catch you guys in the next live stream. Peace out.